Chapter 2143, Initial Display of Talent. Chapter 2143, Initial Display of Talent. Why, Your Excellency, we can't head forward any further in front, and that's the territory of rank 7 abyss monsters. Yeah, Lord Yi, you're powerful and can escape from the jaws of rank 7 abyss monsters, but we can't. Following behind Yi Yuan, Long Sun and Long Zhaotian were trembling. The others were also the same. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said, "Scared of what? This grand aunt is here. Would I still let you guys suffer a loss?" Goodness gracious, my grand aunt, the strength of rank 7 abyss monsters far surpa. SES those in the same rank. If it aims a sneeze over here, we'd be dead. Big Brother Sun said with a bitter face. Roar. His voice had yet to fade when a 3-person tall behemoth suddenly emerged. The devilish energy sprawling off, its body practically froze everyone. Goodness gracious. Why did it really come when we were talking about it? Long Sun and Long Zhaotian were scared out of their wits and practically did not even have the courage to run away anymore. Empyrean level abyss monster. This was a monster with a lion's head and a horse's body. 2 sharp teeth poked out, giving people an extremely ferocious feeling. A decent one finally came out. I'll use you to practice then. Yi Yuan chuckled and drew the bone sword, fighting intent surging on his body. What? Your Excellency, you aren't mad, right? This is an Empyrean level abyss monster. Long Sun was frightened badly. Empyrean level abyss monster was not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. Their strength far surpa. Said those in the same rank. Even though they all knew that Yi Yuan's combat power surpa. Said people facing an Empyrean level abyss monster was still too forceful. Yi Yuan, you'd better don't push yourself. I've exchanged blows with Empyrean level abyss monsters before and almost suck. You bet. Dealing with it with your current strength is still too forceful. Long Xiaochun said. She had mucked around in the Dragon Eye Cave for a long time. These few years, she had always been helping Yi Yuan hunt abyss monsters and could not avoid contact with Empyrean level abyss monsters. Long Xiaochun's fleshy body strength was extremely powerful, her strength far surpa. Sing same rank Empyrean level powerhouses. But even so, she was not a match either. It could be seen how strong Empyrean level abyss monsters were. It will be boring if it's weak. Moreover, I require pure devilish energy when I break through to the Empyrean realm. The devilish energy of true Ji. D realm is already insufficient to use. Yi Yuan said coolly, his footsteps already moving over toward the abyss monster. Ignorant human, you're provoking the abyss monsters. This Empyrean will tear you to shreds. Inside Yi Yuan's mind came the other party's mental transmission. Abyss monsters were extremely bloodthirsty, but were not without intellect. On the contrary, abyss monsters had extremely high intelligence. It was just that there was a language barrier. They rarely took the initiative to carry out communication. When they saw humans or demons, there was only one word. That was kill. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Hoo-hoo, arrogant and overweening fool. Today, I'll let you see how lowly you are. Humph, a mere human, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. There will come a day where we shall step out of the abyss and occupy the entire heavenspan world. Now, you can become a delicious meal in this Empyrean stomach. Blade of the devil." The abyss monster brandished its claws. Several dozen black blades of light rushed over. The swift and fierce blade lights virtually shredded feeling the horrifying power of the black blades, the faces of Big Brother Sun, and the rest turned white. Even Long Xiaochun also had a solemn look. Sword Hollow Etch. With Yi Yuan's present strength, there was no problem instant casting several dozen sword hollow etches. Incomparably swift and fierce sword light flashed past, completely canceling out the blade of the devil. The abyss monster was also slightly surprised. Clearly, it did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. His blade of the devil, even if it was an ordinary human Empyrean, it was also impossible to neutralize so easily. It was actually resolved by a true G. Oh, D so lightly. Ho-hoo, merely like that. Watch this. True Sword Hollow Etch. Grand Universe Palm. Heavenly Qilin Devouring S. P. A. C. By relying on these powerful moves, Yi Yuan actually fought until he was evenly matched with the Abyss Monster. By the side, Big Brother Sun, and the rest were immediately dumbfounded. TT this. My eyesight must be failing. Long Zhaotian stammered. A true G. Oh, D battling an Empyrean. This is simply unheard of. Furthermore, this Abyss Monster isn't an ordinary Empyrean. Their strength far surpa. SES those in the same rank. This is also to say that if an ordinary First Firmament Empyrean is here, wouldn't they be defeated at His Excellency's hands? As Big Brother Sun was in shock, he sucked in a cold breath. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed simply drove people insane. Even though they had long known that Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely strong, sufficient to insta-kill peak True G. Oh, D powerhouses, when Yi Yuan really went all out, they were still shocked. This was simply not the combat strength that a human should have at all. How powerful were Abyss monsters? But Yi Yuan actually crossed a major realm and fought until he was evenly matched with the Abyss monster. Strong. Too strong. Whichever genius, whichever heaven's chosen, they are simply a pile of trash in front of Lord Yi. Long Zhaotian marveled with admiration. D-A-M-N human, you've angered this Empyrean. This Empyrean is going to tear you to shreds. After a drawn-out battle, the Abyss monster finally got angry. Bang! The Empyrean Abyss monster opened its huge mouth. Countless devilish energy suddenly gathered. Everyone's faces changed. Long Xiaochun even cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan, run first. Avoid the sharp edge. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of retreating at all, laughing loudly and saying, "Ha ha, perfect. Run. Do you think that you have the chance to escape? You'll be crushed into nothingness right away. Abyss desolation." The Empyrean Abyss monster gave a loud roar. The entire sea became dark. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a huge cage, completely imprisoning Yi Yuan, not giving him any chance to escape at all. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed wildly. Up until now, they had never seen before Empyrean-level Abyss monsters executing an attack. They did not know that the other party actually still had such a horrifying ultimate move. This power was virtually going to obliterate everything. "Yi Yuan, I'll help you." Long Xiaochun cried out daintily, raising her fist and about to join the fight. "Xiaochun, don't come over. This fellow, me alone handling is enough." Yi Yuan shouted, "Ignorant fool, this Empyrean wants to see what means you have. Ha ha, do you think that only you have an ultimate move? Today, this little lord will let you take a look at true strength." Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The muscles on his body started quivering fiercely. A formidable strength soared to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed wildly. The imposing aura on Yi Yuan's body was not one type, but 3 types. Divine essence, vital energy, and soul force. 3 kinds of auras rose steadily up, surging straight for the sky. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In an instant, fierce gales howled. Yi Yuan's hair fluttered, his clothes fluttering madly, akin to a celestial deity descending. On Yi Yuan's body, 3 kinds of auras actually started fusing. His body gave off a terrifying light. The cage formed by devilish energy was akin to paper paste under this imposing momentum, directly being burst through. What move is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, how can someone possibly fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one? The Empyrean abyss monster was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, its voice carrying incredible disbelief. Chapter 2144. Astonies.h.I plus ing secret. Chapter 2144. Astonies. H. I plus ing secret. Essence, energy, and spirit combining into one. How? How did he do it? Is this the power of essence, energy, and spirit combining into one? Truly ridiculously strong. Since time immemorial, there have been countless dazzlingly talented people who attempted to fuse essence, energy, and spirit, but no one had done it before. How did he do it? There were cries of exclamations all around. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Before Divine Tao, one needed to fuse essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, before they could attain Divine Tao. But after Divine Tao, the Heavenspan world's martial artists no longer had anyone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. Tao ancestors could not either. Since remote antiquity, there had been no idea how many major powers that cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, to the highest summit, and attempted to fuse them into one. But upon entering Divine Tao, this became a paradox. No matter how hard they worked, they were unable to succeed. Hence, essence, energy, and spirit being unable to fuse into one, this also became the consensus of all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses, and also the Iron Law. But today, this Iron Law was broken by Yi Yuan. This kind of thing was seriously too shocking. Long Xiaochun and the rest opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. The vast universe. I am heaven. Chaos essence single breath sword. Yi Yuan's entire state finally climbed to his peak state, reaching an incomparably profound and mysterious realm. The Wei Long Sun and the rest saw it. The current Yi Yuan was like the sovereign of this world. Under such power, the Empyrean abyss monster quivered and did not even dare to escape. One sword unleashed. H.I. plus ing, it carried the power to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The Empyrean abyss monster directly turned to ashes, scattering and disappearing. Picking up the tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan was astonished. He said, well deserving of being an Empyrean level tarnished black devil crystal, to actually still be able to maintain perfectly unscathed even against my chaos essence one breath sword. Empyrean level tarnished black devil crystals are indeed extraordinary. At present, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, were all already cultivated to the peak of Origin Pill realm. His state was also unprecedentedly harmonious. He was already just a step away from the next realm, with the Chaos Heavenspan canon cultivating until this day. Its extraordinary aspect was finally exhibited. Other people were unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one, but after his divine essence realm reached the peak Origin Pill realm, essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths fused into one naturally. And this state faintly echoed with the Origin Pill inside his divine sea, reaching a kind of delicate state. It seemed like there was something that was going to break through the soil. Yi Yuan understood that he was just missing an opportunity, and he would be able to step into the next realm. Yi Yuan, how did you do it? I've never heard before of someone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. If this piece of news is spread in the Heavenspan world, It will bound to stir up ABL. Why storm? Long Xiaochun's face revealed a rare solemn expression. She knew that the significance of this matter was too severe. If it was known by people, Yi Yuan would likely face extremely dangerous circumstances. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Therefore, this matter can't let people know. You guys should know what to do." His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Long Sun and the rest trembled all over, immediately understanding something. It was only to see Long Sun kneel on the ground with a thud. He then wailed pitifully, "Why, Your Excellency, spare my life. Little Sun was blind just now and didn't see anything." With Long Sun taking the lead, the rest knelt on the ground one after another, wailing inordinately. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he saw the situation and said, "When did I want your lives?" Big Brother Sun was taken aback and said stammeringly, "Your Excellency's meaning isn't to have us end ourselves." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, "Fool! Wanting to kill you all is merely a matter of snapping a finger. Do you think that I'd still talk so much C-R-A-P with you all?" It was still Long Zhaotian, who was smart, immediately rejoicing, and directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Furthermore, the oath was extremely vicious. The others were enlightened, all following and swearing heavenly Tao oaths. The gazes of Big Brother Sun and the rest when looking at Yi Yuan gradually turned to respect from fear. If it were others, for the sake of their own safety, they would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. Once this kind of thing spread to the Heavenspan world, it would surely cause an enormous shock. The entire Heavenspan world would instantly fall into a mess. At that time, probably even Tao ancestors would be startled too. Yi Yuan would fall into endless pursuit. Everyone would want to pry open Yi Yuan's mouth and have him give an account on how to fuse essence, energy, and spirit. But Yi Yuan did not. This kind of lord was worth following. Long Xiaochun also had her palm towards the sky, preparing to swear a deadly oath, but she was stopped by Yi Yuan. "You don't need to sweat it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Xiaochun said uncertainly, "Why?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A person who entered the Dragon Eye Cave without hesitation for a brother, what can I not trust about the person?" Long Xiaochun smiled sweetly and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder as she said, "Good bro, but my heavenly Tao oath still has to be sworn. Furthermore, they all have to die. Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great." With Long Xiaochun saying this, the hearts of Long Sun and the rest that had just been set at ease immediately tensed up again, although they swore a deadly oath. And there was naturally heavenly Tao restricting it. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath had its risks after all. If someone divulged Yi Yuan's intel at the risk of certain death, then the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. However, Yi Yuan shook his head firmly and said, "When I, Yi Yuan, do things, I naturally have my own reason. Long Sun, they all have no grudge nor enmity with me. Killing people to silence them, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan can't do it. Don't bring this matter up anymore." With Yi Yuan saying so, Long Sun and the rest felt warm in their hearts. This boss of theirs was truly different from the rest, even Long Xiaochun. This kind of person with pure thoughts wanted to kill people to silence them permanently. It could be imagined how severe this matter was. However, Yi Yuan did not make a move against them without the slightest hesitation. "Your Excellency, rest. Assured, even if I, Little Sun, dies, I also won't divulge a clue." Long Sun said firmly, "Your Excellency, Little Tian would rather die than to talk about this matter." "Your Excellency, me too." Everyone scrambled to get a word in, but their expressions had an unprecedented solemnness. By the side, Long Xiaochun was stunned. She was very clear about these people's temperament. being opportunistic, being adept at currying favor, cravenly clinging onto life instead of braving death. All in all, Long Xiaochun failed to see some advantages from them. But until now, these people's faces had an unprecedented solemnness. Clearly, it came from the bottom of their hearts. However, the prerequisite is that we can go out. Long Sun suddenly thought of something as he said bitterly, "In this Dragon Eye cave, wanting to get out was far too difficult. Not going out, even if they knew in Estonies. Plussing's secret, it was impossible to divulge it either. Even if they wanted to leak it, there was nowhere to leak it to." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all rest assured I'll find a spatial rift and bring you all out." The moment these words came out, everyone trembled all over. "Your Excellency, you really have a way?" Long Sun said in disbelief. "Why, Your Excellency, this kind of thing can't be joked around." Long Zhaotian also said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan said confidently, "Of course, but I have to break through to the Empyrean realm first." Chapter 2145. Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. Chapter 2145. Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. What Yi Yuan wanted to break through to was naturally not the Empyrean realm. As for what kind of realm it was, he himself could not say for sure either. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his next realm would definitely be extraordinary. It had been close to a year in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had killed many Empyrean-level abyss monsters by working together with Long Xiaochun, obtaining quite a few tarnished black devil crystals at the Empyrean level. The devilish energy contained inside those tarnished black devil crystals was extremely pure, more than 100 times purer compared to true G.O.D. realm. With these tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan could start to assault the next realm. Inside a stone chamber in the camp, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged. His mind was in confusion. My essence, energy, and spirit have all already reached the peak of Origin Pill realm and formed a resonance. The Origin Pill inside the Divine Sea is already compressed to the limit too. Wonder what kind of unusual change will occur if I continue pouring in large quant. 1. Ties of Chaos Divine Essence. Inside Yi Yuan's Divine Sea, the Origin Pill was already compressed until it was just the size of a pea. But the power contained inside was extremely horrifying. Around the Origin Pill, Tao marks revolved around, akin to a sea of lightning. "It's time to begin." Yi Yuan flipped his palm. Several pieces of tarnished black devil crystals flew up, suspending around him. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon revolved. Yi Yuan started to absorb the devilish energy inside the tarnished black devil crystals frenziedly, pouring it into the Origin Pill. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals had immense reserves and were also extremely pure. Yi Yuan absorbing them was like a vast ocean flooding in, causing a huge impact on Yi Yuan's Divine Sea. His Origin Pill was already being compressed to the extreme. Currently, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon continued to push Chaos Divine Essence into the Origin Pill. All of a sudden, the Origin Pill started vibrating fiercely. An intense pain came from his abdomen area. Yi Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. However, this was just the beginning. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon completely did not care about whether the Origin Pill could withstand it or not, squeezing Chaos Divine Essence in nonstop. The originally stable Origin Pill also became more and more unstable. This way, the pain that Yi Yuan suffered was also tremendous. What powerful aura undulations. Is this really breaking through to the Empyrean realm? Outside the stone chamber, Long Xiaochun and the rest were currently standing guard for Yi Yuan. Sensing such intense undulations, Long Xiaochun also felt alarmed. She herself had broken through to the Empyrean realm before, and naturally knew what kind of concept was breaking through to the Empyrean realm. But Yi Yuan only just started, and the commotion was already even bigger than hers. His Excellency's commotion here is also too big. If it provokes a powerful abyss monster when the time comes, we can't block it. Long Sun said speechlessly. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan already joined hands with Long Xiaochun, cleaning up the abyss monsters in a radius of several hundred miles. But looking at it now, it was completely insufficient. Just the current commotion. The devilish energy in a radius of 10,000 miles already gathered over crazily. Such a huge commotion. To say that those powerful abyss monsters would not react, that would be seeing ghosts. One piece of tarnished black devil crystal after another was being absorbed. Yi Yuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The origin pill in his abdomen became more and more unstable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and said, D-A-M-N-it. Why at this time? This way, the tarnished black devil crystals that I prepared probably aren't enough anymore. It turned out that the origin pill-absorbing chaos divine essence crazily actually affected the fleshy body. At this time, his fleshy body actually started breaking through too, and he was going to transcend the tribulation. Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. The horrifying degree of rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation virtually made people despair. It was 10 times more terrifying than the first 6 added up. At this juncture, the Nirvanic Tribulation arriving at the same time was simply deadly. Bang! Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon crazily, absorbing tarnished black devil crystals like a whale swallowing seawater. The consumption rate of tarnished black devil crystals suddenly sped up. For the sake of this breakthrough, Yi Yuan naturally prepared adequately. But under this kind of situation, currently, the reserves of tarnished black devil crystals were somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Rumble! Horrifying energy erupted, directly blasting the stone chamber to dust. Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted, and she cried out in surprise, "Not good! He's transcending the Nirvanic Tribulation at the same time. Is this guy mad?" As a dragon race Empyrean, she naturally knew the power of the rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. Even if it was her, she did not dare to easily attempt it too. But now, Yi Yuan actually also wanted to transcend the Nirvanic Tribulation at the crucial juncture of breaking through to the Empyrean realm. It was truly an action that courted death. How could she know that Yi Yuan had no command over himself either? In this world, he was the first person who fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths. Even he himself also did not know that such a problem would occur. But now, saying anything was too late as well. This is too crazy. His Excellency is really G-O-D-like to actually dare transcend Nirvanic Tribulation when breaking through to be an Empyrean. Long Sun had a look of wars, H-I+P, and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, his wars, H-I+P of Yi Yuan was already akin to the waters of the Yellow River, flowing unceasingly. Since His Excellency dared to do so, he naturally had the confidence. There was no need to worry at all. In this world, who isn't extremely cautious like treading on thin ice when breaking through to the Empyrean realm, but His Excellency is actually transcending 2 tribulations simultaneously. This really broadens our horizons. Long Zhaotian also said with a look of wars, H-I+P, haha, no wonder His Excellency's dragon race martial technique is so strong. It turns out that he's of the perfect 6th transformation golden body. to be able to transcend rank 6 nirvanic tribulation is already rarely seen in this world. Now, if he were to transcend the rank 7 nirvanic tribulation, I'm afraid that the moment he enters the Empyrean realm, he'll be able to contend with second firmament Empyreans. Long Sun's 2 eyes shone as he said, more than that. Don't you forget, His Excellency still has the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword. Long Zhaotian said with a chuckle. The 2 people chimed in one after another, practically lauding Yi Yuan up to the heavens. But Yi Yuan knew his own suffering. The 2 tribulations already reached a very critical period. The tarnished black devil crystals almost could not sustain his needs anymore. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun's face changed, and she said, "Not good. There are Empyrean-level abyss monsters that came." Everyone's faces changed. One powerful aura after another closed in from all directions. This huge commotion provoked powerful Empyrean-level abyss monsters in the end. What to do? The expressions of Long Sun and the rest changed wildly as they were in shock. In front of these Empyrean-level abyss monsters, they did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodders. An abyss monster casually puffing out a breath would eradicate them. Long Xiaochun's expression became incomparably solemn, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If really can't, I can only cry." Long Sun revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "My grandaunt already at this time. You're still in the mood to crack jokes? If crying can resolve problems, then I'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights right now." But Long Xiaochun said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. When I cry, even I myself am scared. It's just that I'm afraid that Yi Yuan probably can't withstand it." Ha ha! Ignorant human to actually cause such a huge commotion when breaking through, really courting death. That's right. That's right. This human is very strong. He must taste very good. At that time, each depends on their own ability. See who can get him. Each and every one of the abyss monsters revealed amused looks, all staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. Chapter 2146. Visitor from the Abyss. Chapter 2146. Visitor from the Abyss looking at the bunch of greedy gazes giving off light in the darkness. Long Xiaochun's heart sunk to rock bottom. The abyss monsters being summoned were extremely powerful. She even detected that there was a 3rd firmament Empyrean realm's aura. Abyss monsters at this strength were not what she could deal with at all. Don't care anymore. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and was actually really squeezing out tears over there. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded in her ears. "Xiaochun, make use of the jade slip that I gave you and bring them all out. You don't need to care about my side. Let them come over." But Long Xiaochun was anxious. "No buts. Let them come over." Yi Yuan directly interrupted. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and said, "You all, follow me." Finished saying, she brought everyone and directly crushed the jade slip. The spatial node technique activated. Long Xiaochun and the rest were directly teleported out. "Lord Xiaochun, we're all gone, but what about Lord Yi?" Long Sun said worriedly. Long Xiaochun looked into the distance, her gaze glimmering as she said, "I hope that he has a way." Over here, a group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters was casting covetous eyes, getting closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Spatial node technique. Truly excellent means. The commotion of this human's breakthrough is truly extraordinary. It's even much stronger than us Blee abyss monsters. Seems like he must be very delicious. The current Yi Yuan. In the view of the abyss monsters, Yi Yuan was the most tasty delicacy. As for Long Xiaochun, they all escaping, it did not matter. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus, finally, someone could not hold back and made a move against Yi Yuan. The prey is mine. N, O, body S, N, A, T, C, H, Tadaris, N, A, T, C, H, pray for me. Are you all tired of living? Once someone made a move, the other abyss monsters all could not hold back. Das. H, I, plussing over one after another. Such a delicious prey. How could they possibly give it to others? Ha! Truly, someone delivers a pillow when taking a nap. A bunch of fools. I was just worrying that the tarnished black devil crystals were insufficient. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. In the group of abyss monsters' ears came Yi Yuan's mocking laughter. They could not help being greatly alarmed in their hearts. Right then, a horrifying energy undulation erupted from Yi Yuan's body. Tao births one births two births three births myriad life. I finally understand. Amidst the explosion sound came Yi Yuan's hearty laughter. Feeling this energy that could decimate heaven and earth, the group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters felt their hairs stand on end. An incredible feeling of danger welled up in their hearts. Not good. Quickly run. D.A.M. Ennet. Does this guy not want his life anymore? Alarmed and angry voices lingered incessantly. These Empyrean-level abyss monsters turned tail and ran. But it was already too late. A noiseless explosion extended in all directions, destroying everything, including Yi Yuan himself. The current Yi Yuan directly blew up into ashes. However, his body was condensed again very quickly, then obliterated, rinse, and repeat like this. Nirvanic tribulation. Amidst this horrifying explosion, Yi Yuan was transcending the nirvanic tribulation. Not just this, Yi Yuan's divine soul was similarly being blown into pieces. In the center of this horrifying energy, there were only two things that were not destroyed. One was the world-suppressing steel. The other was Yi Yuan's consciousness. Time could be destroyed, but only consciousness was imperishable. Tarnished black devil crystals. Absorb for me. Those tarnished black devil crystals were directly gobbled up by Yi Yuan, fusing into the explosions, using to condense the fleshy body, using to remold the divine soul. These second firmament and third firmament Empyrean, realm-tarnished black devil crystals were incomparably pure. The energy was also extremely plentiful. To the current Yi Yuan, it was simply a great tonic. The explosions were still continuing. The entire Dragon Eye Cave was trembling. Those powerful abyss monsters were frightened until they ran like mad outside. The void shattered. Gale winds wreaked havoc. The entire Dragon Eye Cave fell into utter chaos. In the extreme depths, several archaic auras suddenly emerged, emitting voices that were simultaneously alarmed and enraged. Ahoa! R.S. E voice roared angrily. D.A.M. Ennet. The third layer seal is actually broken. Another ancient voice said. Sigh, we have guarded the abyss for countless years. I didn't expect that it actually had the seals broken by someone from outside. Another person said, could it be that our 8 great abyss-suppressing pseudo-worlds were breached? Someone attempted to breach the abyss from the outside world. At this time, a voice that seemed to have crawled out of a grave opened its mouth and said, Stop guessing randomly. Bai Chen, you go and take a look. Yes. Amidst the darkness, someone answered, turning into a streak of white shadow, disappearing. When Bai Chen's figure landed at the Dragon Eye Cave, his pupils could not help constricting. It's actually like this. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like the heaven-span world that has been peaceful for so long is finally having great waves stir again. Bai Chen's voice was full of complicatedness. Fortunately, the seal's damage isn't big. Otherwise, if those second layer's monsters rush out, it would be too much to bear. As he said, Bai Chen kneaded incomparably profound seals in his hands and sent them into the void. The entire dragon eye cave finally calmed down once again. The explosions were still going on, but the fiercest explosion was naturally that instant at the beginning. Now, the destructive power was already far from before. Many thanks for Senior taking action. Otherwise, this junior would have gotten into trouble. In Bai Chen's mind, a voice suddenly appeared, making his state of mind that found it hard to fluctuate for hundreds of millions of years have a trace of ripple. His brows furrowed, and he said, "A puny little Empyrean, you can actually discover this emperor's existence." Bai Chen's appearance was just like a speck of dust, being unable to cause any waves to this layer's S-P-A-C at all. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually notice him. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was horrifying, what kind of eyesight did Bai Chen have? He saw through that Yi Yuan was merely breaking through rank 7 with one glance. He was not even considered as an expert in Bai Chen's eyes. This kind of strength, even if they scratched their heads B-L-O-O-D, why, they could forget about discovering his existence too. But Yi Yuan actually discovered it. Junior's current state is a little special. Everything in this dragon eye cave is clear at a glance. Hence, I can discover Senior. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. Bai Chen's gaze glimmered slightly, also no idea what he was thinking about. Looks like a remarkable little fellow emerged in the Heavenspan world. Didn't expect that you have some connections to the dragon race, Bai Chen said in surprise. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Just through this wisp of divine sense voice transmission, he detected the existence of Yi Yuan's dragon soul. Junior's mother is from the dragon race. Yi Yuan knew that it could not help from Bai Chen and said honestly, his current state was extremely mysterious. He could feel that this Bai Chen was unfathomable, virtually akin to a G-O-D. The strongest person that Yi Yuan had seen before was merely GMO, but he had a feeling that GMO was probably not even dregs in front of this white-clothed old man. Bai Chen nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I hope that you remember your ident, one tie with your talent. You're bound to take on a huge responsibility in the future." Yi Yuan replied, "Senior garrisoning here. Your merits are the greatest. Junior understands what I should do in my heart." Bai Chen nodded slightly and said, "You break through well then. This emperor is leaving." Finished talking, his figure directly dissipated into the world. Chapter 2147. Decisive. Chapter 2147. Decisive, old Bai, you wouldn't be lying through your teeth, right? A mere true G. Oh, D Realm's breakthrough can blow the third seal open? When Bai Chen returned to the abyss, he recounted the things that he saw, immediately drawing the other powerhouses' suspicion. A mere true G. Oh, D-Realm expert breaking through to the Empyrean realm, no matter how monstrous, it was also impossible to blow up the third seal. One had to know that this third seal, even if it was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor, they could forget about breaching it in the slightest too. In the darkness, Bai Chen could not be bothered to provide an explanation and said with a light smile, really an interesting kid. Not only did he blow open the seal, he actually even discovered my existence. Oh, right, boss. That kid even has some connection to you. I see that this kid is pretty good, so I left behind some lucky chances to him on your behalf. Of course, if he falls into a wrong path in the future, you can borrow it to restrict him too. Oh, listening to you, it's indeed an interesting little fellow. It's too bad that we can't abandon our posts. Otherwise, I'd really go and take a look at this kid. But listening to what you said, this boy is extraordinary. The Heavenspan world will likely be in an upheaval situation again. Amidst the gloomy and dark abyss, another voice came over. Bai Chun sighed slightly and said, "It's as the doomsday battle is right before our eyes. I didn't expect that heavenly Tao Samsara is finally going to start again." After sighing, everyone fell silent. The abyss recovered tranquility once more. Inside Rain Dragon's stronghold, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all present. The entrance of the Dragon Eye Cave was shaking intensely and actually started cracking apart. Everyone's divine essence poured out wildly, joining hands to stabilize the seal. But a powerful strength burst out of the seal, making the faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors turn white. 7 to 8 Heavenly Emperor joined hands before barely managing to maintain the seal from breaking. Long Chi's complexion was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "D.M. Annette W.H.E. Dragon Eye Cave's seal has never had a problem before. Why did it cause such a big commotion this time?" Dragon Lord's face was also pale as she said, "I'm afraid that a powerful abyss monster was born inside, and it's A.S. salting the seal. Xiaochun will be fine inside, right?" Long Chi smiled coldly and said, "Like this, it's good too. At least that boy is definitely dead. Your spirit in heaven can rest in peace." Longji suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Lord, this commotion wouldn't be caused by Xiaochun encountering some danger, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Clearly, this sort of possibility was very high. Humph! Indeed, a misfortune star. Not stopping even after entering the Dragon Eye Cave, Long Chi said with a cold snort. Dragon Lord's pretty face turned slightly cold as she said in a cold voice, "Long Chi, don't you forget Xiaochun's ident. One time, the Dragon Eye Cave was originally managed by you, but because of your negligence, you let Xiaochun fall into a dangerous situation. If this matter was reported upstairs, can you bear the consequences?" Long Chi's face changed slightly, not daring to speak anymore. "Emen, the undulations seem to be smaller." Suddenly, Long Chi spoke up. Sure enough, the intense undulations coming from inside gradually became small, finally completely stabilizing. All of the Heavenly Emperors finally let out a sigh in relief. At this time, a din suddenly came from outside the stone tower. Long Chi was currently P.I.S. said, and he said with a cold snort, "Who is making noise here? Don't they know that this is a restricted area inside the stronghold?" As he said, his figure moved, disappearing on the spot. "You all, let me go in! Let me go in!" Lure attempted to charge into the stone tower, but was blocked firmly by the guards. The Dragon Clan guard said in a solemn voice, "If the few of you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous anymore." The ones guarding the stone tower were all Empyrean powerhouses. Once they took action, Lure and the rest were naturally not a match. Lure had a sorrowful face as she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm begging you guys, let me go in. Young Master didn't come out for 10 years. I'm going in to find him." Actually, for these 10 years, Lure spent each day very tormentedly. If not for Yi Yuan's order, the agreement of 10 years, she would have long charged into the Dragon Eye Cave. But along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, the 10-year date got closer and closer. The hopes of Yi Yuan coming out became bleaker and bleaker. She finally could not wait anymore. It was just that the guard was cold as ice and did not bend the rules at all. What has us wanting to enter the Dragon Eye Cave got to do with you all? His Excellency isn't coming out, then we'll go in to find him. Ning Tianping said angrily. A figure appeared and said coolly, "He already died inside. You all don't need to go in anymore." It was precisely Long Chi. Lure looked at Long Chi hatefully. Wisconsin H. plussing to swallow him alive. She knew that it was this person who sent young master into the hopeless land, Dragon Eye Cave. You're spurting nonsense. It's impossible for young master to die. Lure screamed. Right, His Excellency is especially gifted, a peerless talent. He absolutely won't be stumped by a puny little Dragon Eye Cave. Ning Tianping also said with an indignant and resentful face. Seeing the despaired looks of Lure and the rest, Long Qi was full of delight in his heart. What he wanted was precisely such a result. Ha ha, puny little Dragon Eye Cave. You guys have stayed here for 10 years and probably haven't truly understood what kind of place the Dragon Eye Cave is. That place seals countless abyss monsters. Each abyss monster is several times stronger than same-rank humans. In there, what fills the air isn't spiritual energy, but devilish energy. One cannot cultivate inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Replenishment is extremely difficult. The divine essence, expended, will frequently not have enough time to be replenished, and there will be abyss monsters rus. Plussing over again. How long do you all feel that he can live under this kind of environment? Honestly telling you guys, there was once a heavenly emperor who was relegated into the Dragon Eye Cave, and he never came out again. Long Qi said a lot in one breath, saying the brutality of the Dragon Eye Cave in its entirety. The more they listened, the heavier the mood of Lure and the rest. In the end, it was close to despairing. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but no matter how impressive the person, under this kind of environment, there would also come a time where their strength would be depleted. Then, could Yi Yuan last 10 years? You're talking nonsense. If not for you, young master also wouldn't have entered the Dragon Eye Cave too. I'll fight it out with you. Lure was indignant and leaped up. It was as if S.P.A.C. was frozen. The others all had sorrowful and indignant faces, inclusive of Lone Swan. All of them rushed over toward Long Qi. But what kind of existence was Long Qi? This level of attack was completely too weak to stand the combat. One, tying in front of him. Snort. Long Qi did not move and just gave a cold snort. It was akin to a clap of thunder, striking everyone's hearts. Pork! 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 The few people spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were ants, let alone that they were just true G. Oh, D-Realm, overestimating your own ability. If not for that kid forcing this emperor to swear a heavenly Tao oath, you all would already be dead people now. Long Qi said with a cold snort. Long Qi had sullen anger on his face, but he was incomparably delighted in his heart. Killing Lure, they all was merely the effort of lifting a hand. They were merely ants to him, but only seeing these people's extremely grievous appearances would he be in a great mood. Lure clenched her teeth hard, her gaze icy cold. Since that's the case, then I'll force you to act and kill me. Today, I'm going to perish together with you and avenge young master. Without the slightest hesitation, Lure rushed over toward Long Qi, once more like a moth flying into the fire. Right, we'll fight it out with you. Since you don't dare to kill us, then we'll force you to kill us. Ning Tianping gave a cold cry and also rushed over. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the faces of Long Xiaochun and the rest revealed the joy of having survived a disaster. The explosion was too violent. Long Xiaochun crushed quite a few jade slips in a row and teleported to the furthest spatial node before barely managing to avoid the power of the explosion. Even so, each and every one of them was also made dusty and dirty in appearance, seemingly very ragged. Lord Xiaochun, the commotion that Lord Yi caused is a little too big, right? Long Sun said with lingering fear in his heart. Too terrifying. Even if a heavenly emperor is in the center of the explosion, they would probably also die without any corpse left, right? Lord, ye wouldn't. He wouldn't have. Long Xiaoqian's complexion turned white as he said, "Shut up." Long Xiaochun directly interrupted Long Xiaoqian's follow-up words and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan must still be alive." The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but reason told them that Yi Yuan's hopes of survival were virtually none. One had to know Yi Yuan was in the center of the explosion. Such a horrifying explosion. How could it be possible to survive? The explosion has subsided. Let's go over and take a look. Long Xiaochun had a rarely seen serious expression as she said, "This is my own world." Amidst the region of chaos, Yi Yuan's consciousness overlooked the world, his heart surging. All the way until today, he finally created a world that belonged to him. This stretch of chaos was boundless and gray, without the slightest signs of life. Furthermore, it was even expanded outwards at an extremely fast speed, becoming larger and larger. My world is only born a full 3 major realms later than others. Looking at this, it seems to be somewhat different from the rest. Yi Yuan looked at this stretch of chaos as he muttered. Even though Yi Yuan did not go through Divine Lord Realm before, having spent so long in the Heavenspan world, the powerhouses that he had seen before were countless, and he was not foreign to hewing open a world. When martial artists reached Divine Lord Realm, they needed to have a point singularity of the Heavenspan world as a foundation, expanding and developing, creating their own world. Putting it bluntly, this Heavenspan world had countless powerhouses that created countless small worlds, but they were all based on the Heavenspan world and were an extension of the Heavenspan world, including East Suppression pseudo-world, this kind of powerful pseudo-worlds. It was also a part of the Heavenspan world in the end. But Yi Yuan's method of breaking through was totally different. His world was entirely created by himself. No point singularity, no time, and also no S, P, A, C. This stretch of chaos was a brand new world. When chaos blossomed, initially, heaven and earth were not divided. Everything was a wilderness awaiting development, a blank piece of paper. How this world would develop in the future completely depended on him. This kind of control was not restricted by the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan could feel that this world seemed to be 2 parallel worlds from the Heavenspan world, neither interfering with the other. And it was not the same as the other small worlds being an extension of the Heavenspan world. Furthermore, the chaos spiritual energy of Yi Yuan's world was incomparably thick. It was even thousands, tens of thousands of times thicker than the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Even if there was thinning in the future, it could also reach the Heavenspan world's level. Other small worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world, the spiritual energy inside was drastically diluted, the amount extremely low. Hence, it was even harder than trying to ascend to the heavens for martial artists to want to break through the shackles and arrive at the Heavenspan world. Even a colossal pseudo-world like the East Suppression pseudo-world was a shade inferior when compared to the Heavenspan world too. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "I seem to have understood something. Looks like the path that I'm taking is a true path that leads to the highest heaven. They are unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths because their path is fundamentally wrong. Their path relies on the Heavenspan world. So how can they break the shackles of the Heavenspan world? Even if it's the Tao ancestors, they are merely a powerful life form in this Heavenspan world too, never able to transcend. But for me to be able to walk to this step, it's still all thanks to the lesser Heavenspan mountain, cultivating the chaos Heavenspan canon until today, experiencing countless hearts. Plus P.S. Yi Yuan finally created his own world. Even though this world was still very small, being not even as large as a Divine Lord realm's small world, Yi Yuan's world was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Heavenly Emperor realms in terms of quality. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's world had limitless possibilities. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. A figure appeared in Yi Yuan's world. It was precisely Dustless. When Dustless saw this world that was merely 1,000 feet in radius, he was shocked until his eyes went wide, and he was tongue-tied. This is your world. T2 inconceivable. Dustless said with a sigh of admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, before breaking through the realm, I was also unable to imagine that my world would actually be like this. Dustless muttered, wrong. Turns out that the world was wrong. Divine Lord Hewing open a world, Empyrean controlling a world, Heavenly Emperor dominating the world. Turns out that it was all wrong. Yi Yuan, your path is the true great path that leads to the highest heaven. Dustless watched. Yi Yuan walked over step by step, carrying confusion, carrying uncertainty, carrying limitless hearts. I plus P.S. But now, the fact finally proved that the path Yi Yuan took was correct. This world was a world that Dustless had never seen before. Just one glance, and he saw through the extraordinary aspects of this world. Being able to walk until this step today is still all thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. If not for him, if not for the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, I can only fade into the crowd as well. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, but Dustless shook his head and said, that's not it. It's foreordained by heaven. Do you still remember the words that Immortal Grove said before dying? Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Immortal Grove had once said before dying that the meaning of his existence was Yi Yuan's birth. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain's masters isn't just you alone, but regardless of whether it was Immortal Grove or Fang Tian, they both did not take this step. Immortal Grove had outstanding talent and comprehended Tao in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain for several million years, and is also less than a fraction of you. It was not that he can't make it, but it was that you're too strong. You're the person that Heavenly Tao chose. Dustless said with somewhat of an upsurge of emotion. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, a heart that yearns for Tao. I've never changed before, but my greatest wish right now is still being able to revive Ling Xue. Dustless said, silly child, you've already done sufficiently well. 2,000 years of comprehending Tao, hewing open a new world. Who could do it? However, this new realm of yours isn't Heavenly Empyrean. So how should it be called? Yi Yuan's path was a brand new path. The realm was naturally different. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, now that the chaos has just bloomed, call it Chaos Realm then. Feeling the berserk spiritual energy amidst the chaos, Dustless could not help laughing as he said, Chaos Realm, rather fitting, but after today, the spiritual energy that your cultivation requires will be horrifying. Yi Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, this is also something that can't be helped. If not for leaving Lu'er the 10-year agreement, I really can't bear to leave this place. From entering the Dragon Eye Cave until now, it had been 10 years. Yi Yuan was scared that Lu'er they all were worried, so that was why he chose to break through at this juncture. He knew that Lu'er probably had a rough time these 10 years. Rather, his realm advanced by leaps and bounds these 10 years, directly breaking through to Chaos Realm from 7th Firmament Origin Pill Realm, towards this great gift that Long Qi gave him. Yi Yuan really could not quite bear to leave. At this time, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he said with a smile, Emen, the nirvanic tribulation is also transcended already. My fleshy body also broke through to rank 7. Chapter 2149. Grand Aunt Chapter 2149. Grandant feeling the explosive power coming from his body, Yi Yuan was extremely satisfied with this physical body. The tribulation of rank 7 nirvanic tribulation was the nightmare of body cultivators. Without an indomitable strong will, there was completely no way to transcend. But to Yi Yuan, this was precisely his forte. This process was incomparably painful, but pulling through, sweetness would come after the bitterness. With a perfect 7th transformation golden body, one's vital energy was exuberant like the noonday sun. H.I. plus Ning high above. Yi Yuan felt that even if he did not utilize divine essence now, he could blow up an Empyrean-level abyss monster with one punch. Haha, breaking through this time is really a metamorphosis. Essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths are akin to a nirvanic rebirth, causing my strength to skyrocket. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing, it's truly incomparably terrifying. It's just too bad that apart from you, no one in this heaven-span world can do it at all. Dustless also marveled with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, he made a slight sound of surprise. A dragon-shaped mark appeared between Yi Yuan's brows. Looks like that senior was indeed unfathomable to actually leave behind this mark on my body unknowingly. However, this mark seems to be like a seed, containing tremendous power inside, waiting for me to develop. Feeling this imprint, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to Bai Chun, to be able to plant a mark on his body unknowingly. Apart from that Bai Chun, who else could there be? Currently, he still could not feel danger from this imprint, so he simply allowed it to take its natural course. Yi Yuan! Lord Yi! Suddenly, a series of surprised yells came from afar. It was precisely Long Xiaochun, they all who rushed over. I knew that you'd be fine. Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Suddenly, her face changed, and she said in surprise, You broke through? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Hu, fusing essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. I also didn't expect that the nirvanic tribulation would suddenly arrive. Originally, the tarnished black devil crystals were not enough to use. Who knew that those Empyrean realm abyss monsters actually delivered themselves to the doorstep, resolving my imminent problem? When everyone heard, they could not help being speechless. To be able to treat Empyrean-level abyss monsters as praise, Lord Yi was also one of a kind. A hint of cunningness suddenly flashed across in Long Xiaochun's eyes, and she suddenly threw a punch out. A horrifying power made the S, P, A, C give off cracking sounds. Yi Yuan chuckled and also threw a punch out. Bang! Long Xiaochun's figure flew out backward and retreated several hundred feet in a row before barely managing to stabilize her figure, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Big Brother Sun and the rest all had shocked faces. They all knew that Long Xiaochun was an abnormally strong girl. Her pair of fists could practically have a showdown with first firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. But this freakishly strong girl actually lost to Yi Yuan in one punch. Furthermore, looking at the appearance, Yi Yuan did not use full strength at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to Empyrean realm and did not even have time to consolidate his realm yet, and his strength was actually so strong already. How impressive! Indeed, well deserving of being the perfect 7th transformation golden body. If you gave it your all, it's likely that your strength already doesn't lose to 2nd firmament Empyreans. Long Xiaochun marveled. Yi Yuan said casually, if it's dealing with a 2nd firmament Empyrean, it shouldn't be anything difficult. This was the powerful aspect of the perfect 7th transformation. Breaking through to rank 7, it would be an explosive increase in strength, coupled with a powerful cultivation method and martial technique. Jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm would also be a cinch. Freak. Long Xiaochun could not help rolling her eyes. She was absolutely synonymous with genius in the Dragon Clan. But in front of Yi Yuan, she really could not find any sense of superiority at all. This guy was too freakies. H. Plus Yi Yuan sized Long Xiaochun up. A peculiar look on his face. Long Xiaochun was looked at by Yi Yuan until all her hair stood on end, and she said, what are you doing looking at me like that? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, I broke through to rank 7. My atavism dragon soul has already completely awakened. Long Xiaochun said doubtfully, so what? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, it turns out that the immortal Grove World's dragon ancestor was actually your mother's big brother. The moment this came out, Long Xiaochun's expression also became odd. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun finally could not contain it anymore and burst out laughing. He. Come. Call me Grand Aunt. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Long Xiaochun laughed herself into fits, convulsing heavily, virtually almost not able to breathe. By the side, Long Sun and the rest were also holding in their laughter at the beginning. In the end, they finally could not hold it in and collectively burst into laughter. They never would have thought that there was actually still this layer of relations. H.I. plus P between Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan was speechless. He had treated Long Xiaochun as a little sister all along, but after he awakened the atavism dragon soul, some of the immortal Grove World's dragon ancestors' memories also appeared in his head. It turned out that the dragon ancestor and Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord were actually brother and sister. This also explained why he felt very close when he saw Long Xiaochun. Several million years also, the dragon ancestor felt self-as assured for being a genius and wanted to follow his progenitor's footsteps, and he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave alone. Who could have thought that he fell into a hopeless situation inside the Dragon Eye Cave that was plagued with dangers in the end? Heavenly Empyrean, Immortal Grove, accidentally stumbled into the Dragon Eye Cave from a spatial rift and saved the dragon ancestor, Long Qin, as well as the 4 great divine beasts progenitors. These few mighty divine beasts followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in order to repay the life-saving grace. And the 4 great progenitors also propagated in the Immortal Grove world. Who could have thought that later, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was killed? The 4 great progenitors' whereabouts also became unknown. But in the dragon ancestor's memories, he had a younger sister called Long Xia, who was precisely the current Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord. This way, Yi Yuan was actually many times junior relative to Long Xiaochun. This label Grand Aunt ought to be called out, but to make Yi Yuan call her this, it was too difficult. With this, the seniority was off. Yi Yuan, quickly call. Otherwise, Grand Aunt will be unhappy. Call, and there will be a reward. He. Long Xiaochun ridiculed. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes. With this, he would never be able to lift his head in front of Long Xiaochun. Of course, making him call Long Xiaochun Grand Aunt, that was impossible. All right, stop messing around. It's getting late. We should go out. Yi Yuan said coolly. Sure enough, one sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Your Excellency, is this real? You can really bring us out. Long Sun said in pleasant surprise. The others also had looks of antic. 1. Asian. This kind of place was simply akin to H-E-L-L to them. Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief and said coolly, of course. My spatial law is already comprehended to the 6th firmament. What is looking for a mere spatial rift count for? Moreover, there are also coordinates of a spatial rift in my inheritance memory. Before breaking through to the chaos realm, it would really still be somewhat troublesome for Yi Yuan to look for a spatial rift. But during the explosive, Yi Yuan's consciousness entered a very profound and mysterious realm and knew this third layer seal like the back of his hand. The spatial rift coordinates that he currently grasped were no less than 5. Long Xiaochun was also distracted by Yi Yuan and hurriedly said, "Then still waiting for what? Hurry up and go. This D-A-M-N place, I don't wish to stay for a second longer." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Follow me then." Chapter 2150. What a great fortuitous encounter. Chapter 2150. What a great fortuitous encounter. Above the void, several figures were akin to moths flying into the fire, pouncing over toward the powerful existence. Long Qi had an impatient look on his face, clearly very annoyed. The restriction of heavenly Tao oaths on martial Tao powerhouses was extremely great. Luer and the rest were currently unleashed. Plussing suicide attacks against him. It would naturally be fatal to him. At this time, if other people made a move to kill Luer and the others, it would be the same as him violating the oath, and he would likewise be erased by heavenly Tao, being restricted by the heavenly Tao oath. He did not dare to actually deal a killing blow either, being annoyed badly by Luer and the rest. At this time, Lone Swan, Ning Tianping, Yang Feier, and Lone Swan were covered in blood all over, already having sustained extremely heavy injuries. A casual wave of Long Qi's hands was simply a destructive blow to them. However, this was precisely what they desired. Use the heavenly Tao oath to kill him. Hence, even if their injuries were extremely severe, they also dragged their weary bodies and unleashed suicide attacks. Humph! A bunch of ants. Do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Qi grabbed with one hand. An unrivaled domain force directly imprisoned everyone. Even Lone Swan, this Empyrean, was unable to move a muscle too. The might of a heavenly emperor was displayed in its entirety. Ning Tianping's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, and he roared furiously, King Long Qi, if you have the capabilities, kill this father of yours. Otherwise, I will tear you to shreds one day. Long Qi had a disdainful look as he said, wildly arrogant and ignorant. The more you cultivate, the more you'll understand the disparity between true Ji, ODS, and heavenly emperor. It's impossible for you to be this emperor's match your whole life. Long Qi, you despicable villain. There will come one day when I'll settle this score with you. Luer yelled at the top of her voice. The current Luer's eyes were full of hatred. She secretly swore to definitely cultivate properly after today to avenge young master. Long Qi's brows furrowed slightly, his heart somewhat rippling. He thought nothing of the others, but Luer was a little special. With his vision, he could naturally perceive Luer's talent. Although the realm of Heavenly Emperor was extremely difficult, Luer had hopes of breaking through. If allowed to take its own course, this S might be a great enemy in the future. That brat dug a pit for me. Really troublesome. I didn't expect that this emperor was clever for a lifetime, but I'm actually scammed by a dead person in the end. Only at this time did Long Qi come to realize the truth. When Yi Yuan forced him to swear a heavenly Tao oath, he actually secretly dug a pit. He could not kill Luer, they all, but Luer could kill him. Right now, Luer, they all were naturally ants in Long Qi's eyes. But 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, 1,000,000 years later, with Luer's talent, breaking through to be a heavenly emperor might also not be impossible. If there was really that day, it would be troublesome. Long Qi felt gloomy in his heart. Wisconsin plussing to dig Yi Yuan out of his grave and pummel brutally. Humph! Do you think that this emperor can't do anything to you like this? Right now, this emperor will seal your divine sea and imprison you forever in Rain Dragon Stronghold. I want to see how you guys still plan to take revenge. Long Chi said with a cold smile. Everyone's faces changed drastically, clearly not expecting that this guy was so vicious. Seeing the expressions of Luer and the others, Long Chi had a smug look as he said, "Haha, weren't you all very Oh, see, KY just now? Lift your heads and take a look at this blue sky. This will be the last time that you'll be seeing it." Finished talking, Long Chi's finger lightly tapped. A powerful force tore through the air and was about to seal Luer's divine sea. Yet right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Layers of ripples emerged in the air. Luer's figure disappeared bizarrely. Long Chi's pupils constricted, and he said in a thunderous rage, "Who is it? Get out for this emperor." The void rippled. A figure emerged. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Do you still want face or not, old dog? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Chi, full of killing intent. "Your Excellency." "Master." When Ning Tianping and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. While on the other side, Long Chi's eyes, as were almost popping out. He had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said in shock, "Yi Yuan, you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. This isn't possible." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "What's impossible about it? Am I not standing perfectly well in front of you?" In Yi Yuan's embrace was the extremely weak Luer, but currently she had a happy look. Originally, hearing Long Chi's description of the Dragon Eye Cave, Luer already completely lost all hope. She already made the resolve to take revenge for Yi Yuan, but in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually appeared in front of her alive and well. There was really nothing more blissful than this. "Young master, it's really great that you're fine." Luer hugged Yi Yuan tightly as she said in surprise. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Silly girl, so desperate for what? Didn't young master promise you that I'll definitely return within 10 years? Luer nodded her head hard, a blissful look on her face. Long Chi had not recovered from his shock, yet when suddenly his pupils shrunk again. You broke through to the Empyrean realm? This is impossible. A short 10 years, you broke through to be an Empyrean in a place like the Dragon Eye Cave. The aura exuding from Yi Yuan's body clearly already said true Ji. Oh, D realm, reaching the level of Empyrean realm. In fact, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was even more than a magnitude stronger than ordinary first firmament Empyreans. A short 10 years, going from 7th firmament true G, D to first firmament Empyrean. Long Chi doubted whether he saw wrongly or not. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of absolute secrecy, as if it was a dense fog in front of him. Logically speaking, when a heavenly emperor looked at an Empyrean, that was seeing through at one glance. Why would this kind of a logical feeling appear? The commotion here already attracted quite a few people to surround and watch. Feeling the aura on Yi Yuan's body, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses burst into an uproar all at once. Wasn't it said that one can't cultivate in the Dragon Eye Cave, and that it's a hopeless land? How? How did he cultivate? This is too fake. Forget about the Dragon Eye Cave. Even on the Heavenspan Mountain, it's also impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm from 7th firmament true G. D in 10 years too. Just what kind of freak is this fellow? Not only did he break through to be an Empyrean, he even came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were seriously too illogical, making them incredibly shocked. At this time, the other Rain Dragon's stronghold heavenly emperors also arrived one after another. Seeing the Empyrean realm Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws. The ground. Wasn't the Dragon Eye Cave a hopeless land? Wasn't it without chances of returning? Wasn't one unable to cultivate? But what was with this scene before their eyes? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of which, really have to thank you for giving me a lucky chance. If not for you forcing me into the Dragon Eye Cave, it would really not be that easy for me to break through to be an Empyrean." Long Qi opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but could not speak at all. At this very moment, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Although he did not know what Yi Yuan experienced inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the strength of his Empyrean realm was real. Giving good fortune, this sort of thing was simply a divine stroke by the Gods. He clearly wanted to doom Yi Yuan. In the end, after 10 years, Yi Yuan returned domineeringly, becoming an Empyrean. Such a blessed lad. Chapter 2151. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Chapter 2151. 10,000 times. 10,000 times. Long Qi's complexion alternated between green and white, finally turning into Imbara. Meant from anger that filled his chest. So, what if you're an Empyrean? In front of this emperor, Empyreans are ants. If this emperor wants to suppress them, what can you do to me? Long Qi gave an angry roar. With his heavenly emperor pressure suddenly releasing, he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. "Stop!" Dragon Lord cried out, directly making a move to stop Long Qi. Long Qi's face fell, and he said angrily, "What's the meaning of this, Dragon Lord? This boy can't be killed, but could it be that the others can't be suppressed either? As Rain Dragon's stronghold's protector elder, could it be that this emperor doesn't even have this bit of authority?" Dragon Lord's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said in a cold voice, "Long Qi, be more clear-minded. You open your eyes and take a look at his glabella." Long Qi was taken aback when he heard that and looked over toward Yi Yuan once more. With this careful look, his pupils could not help constricting. "Heavenly dragon mark." Long Qi cried out in surprise. He was being mocked by Yi Yuan earlier, and under his rage, he did not detect the mark at Yi Yuan's glabella. Upon looking at this time, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan was originally planning on plussing his ident. 1. Tai and requesting Dragon Lord to take action. He did not expect that Long Qi was actually very apprehensive of the mark on his glabella. That's right, it's precisely the heavenly dragon mark. Seeing the heavenly dragon mark is akin to seeing the ancestor. If you keep on pestering endlessly, even I can't protect you too. Dragon Lord said in a solemn voice. Long Qi's face was like a chameleon's, changing again and again. This fellow made a trip into the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he break through to Empyrean realm, he actually even obtained the heavenly dragon mark. Long Qi could not help feeling depressed. What on earth had he done? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Eye Cave was a hopeless land? Why was it that this guy seemed to have been enlightened after going in, swapping a fowling piece for a big gun in 10 years? Long Qi's current mood was already unable to use words to describe. Finally, Long Qi gritted his teeth and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Long Qi pays respect to son of the heavenly dragon." Yi Yuan was very surprised. He also did not expect that this mark was actually so useful. The other heavenly emperors, as well as Empyreans, bowed down, one after another. "We pay respects to the son of the heavenly dragon." Yi Yuan looked towards the Dragon Lord and asked, "What does this heavenly dragon mark represent?" Dragon Lord said in surprise, You don't know? Yi Yuan shook his head. Dragon Lord was speechless and explained. The heavenly dragon mark is the dragon race's supreme existence, a recognition given to a junior, representing that he has hopes of becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor. This is also a symbol of ident. 1. Tai in the dragon clan, being called the son of the heavenly dragon. The position of son of the heavenly dragon is equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if a heavenly emperor sees, they would have to pay respects to. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb when he heard. This tiny mark actually represented such a lofty status. But very soon, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Then do I have the authority to impose sanctions on him?" While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Long Qi with his finger. Long Qi's expression turned stiff, his face becoming extremely ugly. A hint of delight also flashed across Dragon Lord's eyes, and she said with a nod, "That's of course. Long Qi, why haven't you made apologies and asked for punishment from the son of the heavenly dragon?" Long Qi was exasperated in his heart. At this very moment, he finally experienced what was called shooting oneself in the foot. He cracked himself up to be clever, forcing Yi Yuan into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, Yi Yuan came out, becoming the son of the heavenly dragon. Son of the heavenly dragon. The status was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord. How blee was the status. Offending the son of the heavenly dragon was equivalent to offending the heaven stronghold's dragon lord. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not bear this charge either. Long Qi unintentionally offended the son of the heavenly dragon. Long Qi hopes that the son of the heavenly dragon can forgive. Having no choice, Long Qi could only lower his head. He discovered with his peripherals that a hint of a strange smile was currently flas. Plus ing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his heart could not help thumping. What did this boy want to do? Humph. Whatever you want to do, I, Long Qi, am an exalted heavenly emperor. What can you do to me? Making apologies to you is already making the greatest concession. Forgiveness, that's impossible. Since you offended me, you naturally have to be punished. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi pulled a long face and said, "Yi Yuan, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Reaching for a yard after taking an inch? Ha! You should rejoice that I'm only Empyrean realm. If I'm Heavenly Emperor realm right now, just based on you making a move against Lure just now, I'd have long smacked you to death with one slap. You should be very clear why Long Hao was smacked to death by me." Not mentioning Long Hao was still fine. Upon mentioning Long Hao, Long Qi gnashed his teeth in hatred even more. This guy killed Long Hao. Now, he even had to lower his head to him. It was truly unprecedented humiliation. Dragon Lord Long Xie said coolly, "Long Qi, you're very clear about the crime of offending the son of the heavenly dragon. In Rain Dragon Stronghold, things are still okay. If it's reported up, the matter probably won't be so easy to clean up. Furthermore, don't you forget, he's second sage, son of the heavenly dragon plus second sage." Long Xie did not carry on saying Long Qi should understand her meaning. Second sage was indeed nothing in the dragon clan. But second sage plus son of the heavenly dragon, that was totally different. The priest temple was Tan of the demon race to begin with. Their strength was not much weaker than the dragon clan. These two Tlees added together, it was equivalent to two great mountains. Even if Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, his outcome would be very miserable too. Long Qi sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Yuan, don't go too overboard. Forcing a heavenly emperor into a life and death struggle. You know the consequences." Now that it came to this, Long Qi had no choice but to lower his head too, accepting Yi Yuan's punishment, even though he was 1,000 times unwilling. But if this matter were to blow all the way up to the top, the consequences would still be too much for him to bear. Yi Yuan chuckled and said coolly, "Relax, I've always repay evil with good. I won't make things difficult for you." Seeing Yi Yuan's grinning appearance, a bad premonition flashed across in everyone's hearts. While Long Xiu had a curious look, she also really wanted to see what Yi Yuan was going to do. You go to the top of the stone tower and yell 10,000 times, "Long Qi is a pig." This phrase. Men need to shout louder. Let the entire stronghold hear, Yi Yuan said with a beam. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Making a heavenly emperor do this sort of thing. To think that this guy could think of it. Dragon Lord nearly failed to hold it in and spurted out, hurriedly covering her mouth and laughing. Long Qi's face changed, and he roared angrily, "Brat, you're bullying people too far." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Bullying people too far? Ho. This matter was caused by Long Hao. Who's right and who's wrong? Don't you have any idea in your heart? When you coerce me to enter the Dragon Eye Cave with lure their lives, why didn't you say bullying people too far? When you made a move to deal with lure, why didn't you say bullying people too far? Now, just making you yell a bit, you're saying that I'm bullying people too far? Not doing? Also, can I, a mere Empyrean, have no qualifications to make a heavenly emperor do anything? But there will always be someone who will make you do a little something." Finished talking, Yi Yuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. "Hold on." Long Qi's face changed, stopping Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stopped his figure and said coolly, 10,000 times, not a single time less. Long Qi nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He had not spoken yet, and this boy already blocked off his words. Chapter 2152. Long Qi is a pig. Chapter 2152. Long Qi is a pig. 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 Over and over again, a loud and clear voice reverberated throughout Rain Dragon Stronghold. Everyone could hear it clearly. Long Qi was very domineering in the Rain Dragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Long Xie to a mere figurehead. No one dared to challenge his prestige at all. Long Hao was also so arrogant under his wing. But today, Protector Elder Long Qi actually did such a thing. It was truly Embara. As Sing, the dragons in the stronghold all revealed strange looks, but they also did not dare to show it too much, holding it in badly. How keen was the perception of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? They were all afraid of Elder Long Qi settling the scores afterward. This scene is really unimaginably beautiful. I never imagined in this lifetime that someone could actually make Elder Long Qi do this kind of thing. But today, it actually happened. This Yi Yuan is really incredible. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave, not only did he come out alive, he broke through to the Empyrean realm and even obtained the Heavenly Dragon mark, becoming a son of the Heavenly Dragon. In the Rain Dragon Stronghold, Elder Long Qi virtually covers the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan doing so sweeps his face clear. Elder Long Qi definitely won't let him off. Forget it. With the ident, 1, tie of son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan is equivalent to having obtained a death exemption golden token. What can Elder Long Qi do to him? The group of dragons discussed softly. Clearly, the impact that this scene brought to them was too intense. A supreme Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually said that he was a pig in front of everyone, and even had to say it 10,000 times. A dragon being a pig. This scene was truly incomparably bizarre. At the top of the stone tower, Long Qi's gaze never left Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 10,000 times. It was just a shame that Long Qi was also clear in his heart that he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Long Xie was very delighted in her heart. These few years, she had been suppressed by Long Qi all along. Yi Yuan's way of doing things today really got a brutal payback on her behalf. Long Xie arrived in front of Yi Yuan and asked with a look of antic, 1P, Asian, Yi Yuan, that you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. Did you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Long Xiaochun came out together with me. They are at the back and will arrive very quickly. Just as he was talking, several dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The one in the lead was lovely and adorable, a pair of horns growing on top of her head. It was precisely Long Xiaochun. Mother! Long Xiaochun yelled. Long Xie had a look of agitation on her face. But very soon, her expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, You still know to come back? After going back, face the wall for 100 years, not breaking through to second firmament empyrean. You're not allowed to come out. Long Xiaochun stuck her tongue out and said wittily, Mother, don't get angry first. Isn't that Long Qi? Long Qi is a pig. Ha 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 ha. Did this old fellow's age get to his head to actually scold himself? Long Xiaochun was just thinking of saying something when she was drawn by Long Qi's voice. Long Qi's voice was seriously too loud. Even if Long Xiaochun did not want to hear, she also could not. She did not react at first. But upon thinking carefully, wasn't it Long Qi himself? Why was this guy scolding himself? Long Qi clearly heard Long Xiaochun's unbridled laughter. His face black until it was practically turning purple. The others had strange expressions and were even discussing softly. But no one dared to laugh in a flagrant manner. But Long Xiaochun did not have the slightest scruple at all. She laughed very happily. Very happily. While angry was angry, Long Qi was also very surprised in his heart. Why did Long Xiaochun come out too? When did the Dragon Eye Cave become so easy to come out? Ha ha ha, is this old man an idiot or not? To actually scold himself. By the side, Long Sun laughed loudly and said, Seeing this old man, Big Brother Tian, I immediately have the confidence. Even this kind of idiot can cultivate to be a heavenly emperor. Big Brother Tian, I can definitely cultivate to that level. Long Zhaotian nodded his head solemnly, saying it very seriously. Ha, Big Brother Sun, I am stronger than you. I can naturally cultivate to heavenly emperor realm even more. Long Sun said in disdain, Look at yourself. You're not much better than this old man. Even if you can cultivate to heavenly emperor realm, you'd also just be a notch stronger than him, Long Zhaotian said. Puffed. Even if Yi Yuan was composed, he was also tickled by these two guys. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Qi's expression, he immediately felt very satisfied in his heart. These two living treasures were finally of some use. These two people chimed in one after another. Long Qi's face already turned red from black, his face growing by virtually a fold, almost exploding. Bang! A powerful to the extreme pressure descended upon the entire Rain Dragon stronghold. Where did the fools come from? To dare bulls. I plus T in front of this emperor? This emperor will kill you all with a palm. Long Qi had a look of thunderous rage. Once a heavenly emperor raged, the air seemed to have solidified. Goodness! Yi Yuan, save us! The two people cried out strangely and hid behind Yi Yuan. In the two of their hearts, Yi Yuan had long already become a God-like existence. The mysterious power that Yi Yuan displayed in the Dragon Eye Cave had long brought the two of them into submission. Even though Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, he was still much lousier in their hearts. That was why the two dared to be so unbridled. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Qi, what do you want to do?" Long Qi's imposing momentum stopped, a palm raised to midair, and did not dare to land anymore. When Long Sun saw that Long Qi indeed did not make a move, he immediately plucked up his courage. Poking his head out from behind Yi Yuan, he called out, "You scold yourself and actually dare to say that others are fools. Where did your courage come from? You listen to this little lord's name. I'm Little Sun under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Long Zhaotian also stretched his head out and called out in a clear voice, "Little Tian under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Dumb old man, remember it. This little lord will definitely surpass you in the future. Long Qi was furious. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he also felt that his two lungs were almost exploding at this time. Long Qi, it's just been 200 times. There are still 8,800 times. When are you planning to say until? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig." Lord Heavenly Emperor could only continue. Long Xiaochun had a look of surprise as she said, "What's going on here?" Long Xie pulled a long face and said, "You'd having learned neither knowledge nor skill, to not even know about the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun pointed at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You're talking about him?" Long Xie's face turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, "Insolence! You are becoming more and more unbridled to actually dare be impolite toward the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun burst out laughing and said, "Mother, you don't need to be so respectful toward him. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you grand aunt." Long Xie's expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, Girl, do you want to anger mother to death?" As she said, she was just about to make a move to take care of Long Xiaochun, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Dragon Lord, wait. What Xiaochun said is right." Yi Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. Long Xie was taken aback, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Does Dragon Lord have an elder brother called Long Qin?" Long Xie's entire body trembled, and she said in disbelief, Your big brother's descendant?" Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Yo, Long Qi, what a shocking scene. Got nothing to do? To actually call yourself a pig? Long Qi was just yelling, "Long Qi is a pig," when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the top of the stone tower, having a look of amuse, EMT on his face. Long Qi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Ao Su, what are you here for?" Ao Su chuckled and said, "You don't have to care about what I'm here for first. You're doing something unique here. This emperor could even hear your howls from 100 miles away. Haha, our dragon race bloodline is incomparably blee. So even if you abandon yourself to despair, don't put yourself in the same category as a pig, this kind of low-grade life form." Long Qi had a black face, the hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart increasing even more. This Ao Su was Heavenly Stronghold, Purple Dragon, Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Having this scene seen by him, wouldn't this unsavory scandal spread to all the Heaven Strongholds? Could it be that his face was going to utterly lose in the East Suppression pseudo-world? Fortunately, this Ao Su's relations, I plus P with him was pretty good. Long Qi let out a sigh and said, "Sigh? Don't mention it anymore. Brother Ao Su, right now, I have a stifled breath blocked up in my chest, almost exploding." She knew that Long Qi covered the sky with one hand in Rain Dragon's stronghold, virtually rendering Dragon Lord Long Xia to a figurehead. This scene right now should not happen. Oh, could someone still anger you until like this in this rain dragon stronghold? Ao Su said curiously. Long Qi had a bitter look as he said, there wasn't in the past, but now, sigh. He roughly recounted the events. Of course, he selectively forgot about Long Hao's overbearing action. When Ao Su heard, he could not help having a shocked face too. You're saying that he only used 10 years' time and broke through to Empyrean in the Dragon Eye Cave, obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, and even found the way back? Ao Su counter-asked. Long Qi nodded and said, precisely so. Pooh, precisely so, my A.S.S. Long Qi, old punk. This emperor takes you to be a friend. Are you playing this emperor like a monkey? Ao Su directly spat in Long Qi's face. He completely did not believe Long Qi's words. But right at this time, Ao Su gave a slight cry of surprise. A white secret order jumped out of the void and landed in Ao Su's hands. Ao Su reached his hand out and grabbed the secret order in his hand, sinking his divine sense inside, and looking, his expression could not help changing wildly. Long Qi, what did you say that Piyu, the son of the heavenly dragon, was called? Ao Su asked in a solemn voice. He's called Yi Yuan. Long Qi gritted his teeth and said, getting a confirmed answer. Shock was written all over Ao Su's face as he said, then, what you said earlier was all true. Long Qi was speechless as he said, it's naturally true. Ao Su opened his mouth wide, disbelief all over his face. The things that Long Qi said, each one was unthinkable, let alone that it even happened to one person at the same time. This matter was too inconceivable. Long Qi observed his speech and countenance and said, Brother Ao Su coming to Rain Dragon's stronghold, could it be? Ao Su nodded and said, that's right, the Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin. I came to invite Long Xiaochun to take part. However, a secret order came from the stronghold just now, saying that an additional name appeared on the Dragon Mark Monument, called Yi Yuan, originating from precisely your Rain Dragon stronghold. I really didn't expect that a measly little Rain Dragon stronghold actually produced 2 children of the heavenly dragon this time. Hee, Yi Yuan, seeing this great grandaunt, shouldn't you count? Long Xiaochun teased Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan was speechless. Long Xiaochun could play with this stick for 10 years. However, Long Xia said in a solemn voice, Xiaochun, you mustn't be rude. Disregarding that Yi Yuan obtained the heavenly dragon mark, just talking about how he's of the atavism dragon soul, it's equivalent to Big Brother's successor, separated by generations. In terms of seniority, he's of the same generation as you. You're younger than him and should call him as your big brother. Long Xia looked toward Yi Yuan with an affectionate look. She and Long Qin had a close relations. H.I.+P. The love for the house extends to even the crows perching on the roof, so she naturally viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said, unhappily, what? I finally managed to get some leverage over him, but you ruined it with one sentence. Yi Yuan also found it funny listening at one side. It turned out that the Dragon Clan could still have this way of saying things. Long Xia shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare and said, you you don't cultivate well every day. You only know how to cause disturbances. The Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin right away. Starting from today, you cultivate well for me, strive to break through to second Firmament Empyrean as soon as possible. If you lose in the Battle of Dragon Sons, see if I don't teach you a lesson. The moment Long Xiaochun heard the word cultivate, she could not help getting a headache. Mother, don't force me anymore. You look, I already cultivate very diligently, cultivating to the Empyrean realm so quickly. Long Xiaochun said in a spoiled manner, but Long Xie was not the slightest bit moved and pulled a long face as she said, "Don't give me that. Doesn't Mother still not know your character? If you still dare to be negligent, just remember that I will directly confine you." Long Xiaochun had a bitter face. Suddenly, she had a spark of inspiration. Pulling Yi Yuan, she had an appearance of giving people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her as she said, "Big brother Yi Yuan." Long Xie was just about to get angry, but saw Yi Yuan smile. He said, "Aunt, you don't need to force Xiaochun like this too. With her talent, isn't breaking through to second firmament Empyrean still easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice at the side, agreeing strongly to this. Yi Yuan's words were also not uttered against his conscience. Long Xiaochun's talent was indeed what he rarely saw in this lifetime. Even that Lin Chongqing who cracked himself up to be a genius was also a piece of trash in front of Long Xiaochun. This was still Long Xiaochun being very playful. That was why her cultivation speed was so slow. If she cultivated diligently, her current strength would already be G. Oh, D knows how horrifying. Long Xie shook her head and said, "You don't know this, but the Battle of Dragon Sons is related to the Rain Dragon strongholds rise and fall. Now that the Battle of Dragon Sons is hanging above our heads, with her indolent personality, she'll definitely suffer a big loss going to the Battle of Dragon Sons. Those able to obtain the Heavenly Dragon Mark and become children of the Heavenly Dragon, every one of their strength is extremely powerful and not much weaker than her." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax and leave Xiaochun's breakthrough to me." Long Xie was taken aback and said with pleasant surprise, "I nearly forgot. You're the second sage that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, personally conferred. Then, I won't be courteous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We are one family. There is no need to be too distant." Long Xie beamed and said, "I really didn't expect that Big Brother would actually have an outstanding descendant like you. Given time, you'll definitely surpass your predecessor." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Great, eating a medicinal pill and I'll be able to break through. It really saves too much trouble." In front of Ao Su, Long Qi said with a doleful look, "Brother Ao Su, you have to uphold justice for this younger brother. Disregarding that boy killed my Howler, he even used this sort of method to humiliate me. I really can't endure this grievance." Ao Su revealed a difficult look, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Younger brother Long Qi, elder brother knows the bitterness in your heart, but you're aware of the status of the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Just based on my status, it's hard to touch him at all." Long Qi secretly cursed the old fox, gritted his teeth, and said, "As long as brother Ao Su is willing to help younger brother take revenge, younger brother is willing to offer the heaven-shaking hammer with both hands." Ao Su could not help smiling when he heard this. He then said, "Younger brother Long Qi, rest assured. What's our relations? I plus P? Your matters are my matters. This matter, I'll definitely help you settle it." Chapter 2154. Branch. Chapter 2154. Branch after the pill was formed, Long Xiaochun broke through the next day. Following that, Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun followed Ao Su and left the Rain Dragon stronghold. Yi Yuan did not wish to take part in whatever Battle of Dragon Sons. More than 100 years had already said since he made this trip to save Lu'er. He was somewhat worried about Heavenly Eagle in his heart and planned on preparing to leave after staying for a few days. But he could not withstand Long Xiaochun's hard and soft tactics, as well as Long Xie's earnest hopes, so he set off with a half-reluctant attitude. Dragon Son Yi is truly a peerless talent, to actually cultivate to the realm of Empyrean at this age. You'll surely be able to enter the heavenly dragon mountain in the future, Ao Su said with a laugh. He was very humble and polite along the way, and did not have any airs of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. However, he had long already had killing intent aroused toward Yi Yuan. From Long Chi's mouth, Ao Su already knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. If such a monster grew up, he would pose a tremendous threat to Dragon Son Aou. This threat absolutely could not stay. Aou was precisely Purple Dragon's stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was also Ao Su's nephew. Hence, even if Long Chi did not pay the price, he would kill Yi Yuan too, disposing of this hidden danger while it was in a budding state. Senior is too kind. This Yi was merely a little lucky, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Xiaochun rolled her eyes and said, "You're really hypocritical. Clearly very impressive yourself, yet feigning an unimpressive appearance. Your dragon beard purples, HI, plus any pill, is really too incredible. The 7-star priests in the stronghold are simply laymen when compared to you." Ao Su was alarmed in his heart. This kid even knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he was very formidable. No wonder Long Xiaochun broke through so quickly. It turned out that it was actually due to the medicinal pill. Ao Su knew that Long Xiaochun was very lazy in cultivation, and it was completely impossible to be Aou's match, so he paid no attention to it. He did not expect that when he came this time, Long Xiaochun actually broke through overnight, making his jaw drop. This way, Long Xiaochun also became a formidable enemy of Aou. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. He was being modest. How did it become hypocritical when it reached Long Xiaochun's mouth? He could not have people praise him, and he put on a straight face and say that he was very impressive, right? How to let people follow up with this? Except he did not know that these words strengthened Ao Su's killing intent even more. The 3 people moved extremely fast. Half a month later, they arrived at an area of high mountains and lofty peaks. "The 2 of you, this place is a forked road. This emperor still has to make a trip to South Hope's stronghold and receive the son of the heavenly dragon, Longzheng, to the Purple Dragon stronghold. You guys travel too slowly. I'll have to trouble you two to wait here for a few days. The latest by half a month. This emperor will definitely catch up." Ao Su clasped his hands and said, Long Xiaochun's thoughts were pure and did not suspect anything. Waving her hand, she said, go on, we'll wait for you." Ao Su smiled slightly, figure moving, and disappeared. After Ao Su left, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly but became alert. "Hey, are you mistaken? You even made it through the Dragon Eye Cave, but this wilderness is scaring you?" Long Xiaochun snickered. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, "Better an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe may prove a curse, but a pretend friend is even worse. The spatial structure here is very unstable. Once one hides in a spatial rift, it will be like a fish entering the sea. We will be unable to find those spatial rifts at all. Of course, this place is also the ideal place for an ambush." Plus Long Xiaochun laughed and said, "My big brother Yi Yuan, are you being overly cautious? This place is East Suppression Pseudo-World. Who dares to ambush us in Blee Dragon Clan's territory?" Clearly, Long Xiaochun did not take Yi Yuan's cautiousness to heart at all. But Yi Yuan had journeyed north and south, and had gone to no idea how many places before and experienced how many sakers before. He naturally would not be as pure as Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This place isn't advisable to stay for too long. We'd better hurry up and leave." Long Xiaochun said, "Heavenly Emperor, "Oh, Su asked us to wait here for him. If we were to go, how would he find us?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid that he doesn't have good intentions too." Originally, Yi Yuan did not have any suspicions towards Ao Su either. But Ao Su's words just now had too many suspicious points. Travel slow, forked road. Would bringing two Empyreans on the journey really delay a lot of time? Furthermore, this forked road was a little too coincidental, right? Instinct told him that this place was not safe. The more he thought, the more Yi Yuan felt that this was a scheme, a plot specifically to kill the two of them. Long Xiaochun felt that Yi Yuan was rather abnormal and said unhappily, "Yi Yuan, you're too sensitive. Heavenly Emperor, Ao Su doesn't put on any airs at all. Along the way, he also took extra care of us. How can he possibly harm us?" Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. This La S was too pure, and did not know the viciousness of the human heart at all. He did not believe that this East suppression pseudo-world was a pure land without strife. Although Yi Yuan did not know why Ao Su would make a move against him, this place being very dangerous was certainly without a doubt. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You're not going?" "I'm not going." "Want to go, you go." Long Xiaochun said stubbornly. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. I want to see just what tricks Ao Su can play." He did not believe that Ao Su dared to act against the two of them in a flagrant manner. After all, Ao Su was a receiving envoy. If the two of them died in Ao Su's hands, he would have to be buried in death himself too. Long Xiaochun had a disdainful look as she said, "Yi Yuan, I've misjudged you. You're projecting your own shortcomings onto others. Not everyone is as black-hearted as you." Yi Yuan smiled and paid no heed to it. Landing among the mountains, he found a place to rest. The way each person saw the world was different. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were simple, and naturally felt that this world was very simple. Didn't Yi Yuan like this little sister because of this too? Loyal to friends, simple thoughts, having dealings with such a person took no effort at all. Yi Yuan did not haggle over it. Rather, Long Xiaochun was unrelenting and chased after Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Humph, I really couldn't tell that you were such a person. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su has no grudge nor enmity with us. He is also very kind. So what reason does he have to harm us? Got to admit, Ao Su pretended very well along the way. Even Yi Yuan was deceived, let alone talk about Long Xiaochun. Ao Su's ripe old age was not lived in vain in the end. Even Yi Yuan also did not detect the killing intent in his heart. Along the way, Ao Su was not overly close to the two, but he also did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor, answering every question, helping with every problem. Everything was expressed too normally. He looked just like a kind and gentle grandpa. If not for the reason just now being somewhat shoddy, coupled with that he was extremely sensitive to SPAC, he probably would not discover the danger yet. Talk. Say something. Being speechless, do you think that what I said makes sense? Humph. Half a month later, when Heavenly Emperor Ao Su comes, see what face you still have to meet him. Long Xiaochun said angrily. However, what Long Xiaochun did not expect was that Heavenly Emperor Ao Su did not come. Instead, a bunch of ferocious and sinister bandits came. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Coming. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes shut to rest, ignoring the chirping of the Long Xiaochun by the side. Suddenly, a ripple in SPAC was keenly detected by him. Long Xiaochun was taken aback at first. Following that, she grumbled, "Hey, you're still using this kind of low-level method to bluff me. Do you think that I believe?" But Yi Yuan ignored her and slowly got up. His gaze seemed to have seen through the dense woods, a solemn look on his face. In the distance, some powerful auras were currently coming over here. There was a series of rustling noises in the dense woods. Several dozen figures revealed their figures. The person in the front had thick, bushy brows, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The scar at the corner of his eye drew all the way to the chin. Extremely terrifying. The scarred man said in a cold voice, "Everyone, guard your positions well. This boy is proficient in spatial law. Don't let him run." "Yes, Lord Long Xiao," everyone answered. When this group of people appeared in front of Long Xiaochun, she was utterly stunned. Each and every one of these people's auras was very powerful. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. The scarred man in the front even reached middle stage Empyrean. Yi Yuan was long mentally prepared and was very calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Did Ao Su send you guys here?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Kid, want to bait me? However, it doesn't matter because you're dead for sure today." "That's right. It was indeed Lord Su who sent us here. Looking at your appearance, you actually don't feel surprised?" In Long Xiao's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in one's jaws. He would be dead for sure. Although spatial law was formidable, as long as there were sufficient precautions, the opponent could not run at all. They were merely 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan right now. At this distance, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to execute spatial law to escape at all. But regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Long Xiao was very surprised. Since Yi Yuan was waiting here obediently, he shouldn't have known that this was arranged by Lord Su. But why was he so composed, like he knew long ago? This could not be explained. If he knew that it was Long Xiaochun's assist, he would probably be beside himself with joy long ago. Hearing Long Xiao's words, Long Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. Long Xiaochun did not believe this, as she said, "Impossible! How is this possible? Lord Ao Su is so nice. It must be you guys framing him." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless and said, "That old man has probably lived for no less than 10 million years. Wouldn't pretending to be a kind grandpa be easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun could not quite accept this truth. When she looked at Yi Yuan, her heart felt like it was being Ked. Lowering her eyes, she felt very guilty inside. "Sorry, I was wrong. You run away. Don't worry about me." Long Xiaochun was simple, but she was not dumb. She knew that she really misunderstood Yi Yuan. Ao Su was completely and utterly a big liar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What a joke. You're my little sister. How can I possibly leave you and escape by myself?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Escape? Kid, you seem to not have realized your situation yet. In front of this Empyrean, you still want to run?" Long Xiaochun suddenly recalled something, looking at the scarred man. She cried out in shock, "Eagle Eyes, Scar, you're Long Xiao." Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Looks like this Empyrean's name is still somewhat resounding." Long Xiaochun said anxiously, "Yi Yuan, quickly run. This guy is famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he's extremely strong, being unrivaled in the same rank. He committed numerous crimes in Purple Dragon Stronghold and suffered the pursuit of several dozen black strongholds. Later, it alarmed an Earth stronghold. Legends say that when he was still Third Firmament Empyrean, he had once encountered the pursuit of 5 great Third Firmament Empyreans before. In the end, those 5 great Empyreans were all killed by him. If Long Xiao was just Second or Third Firmament Empyrean, Long Xiaochun would not be so nervous. She knew Yi Yuan's combat power. Even if he could not win, there was still hope of running away. But this Long Xiao was a 4th firmament Empyrean mighty expert. Furthermore, his combat strength was extremely strong. Her assurance in Yi Yuan was not that big anymore. Long Xiaochun liked to pester Long Ji, making him talk about some of the interesting things of the East Suppression pseudo-world and the outside world. Long Zhao's fame in the boundary of Purple Dragon's stronghold was very great. Long Ji had mentioned it once before, so that was how she knew. Haha, since you know this Empyrean's battle achievements, then you should know that you're dead for sure today, right? In order to deal with you, this father of yours has brought out all the elite troops. Long Xiao said with a cold laugh. Among the dozen over-Empyreans present, just the third firmament Empyreans were as many as 3. There were also 7 to 8 second firmament Empyreans. First firmament Empyreans likewise had 7 to 8 people. Coupled with Long Xiao, this fourth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, this was practically a certain kill trap. Yi Yuan's expression also had a rare show of seriousness. His current strength facing off against a first firmament Empyrean was virtually insta-skill. Facing a second firmament Empyrean, he could also fight and win. But facing off with a third firmament Empyrean would be somewhat taxing. After all, each minor realm of Empyrean realm, the span was tremendous, difficult to go beyond. Yi Yuan broke through to Chaos Realm, fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths, coupled with outstanding combat strength. That was how he could jump realms and battle. But dealing with so many Empyreans at the same time. Furthermore, it was even all Empyreans whose realms were higher than him, it would naturally not be that easy for him anymore. As for the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword, that was his final trump card. Whether this move could kill the fourth firmament Empyrean Long Xiao or not was really hard to say. If the one strike failed, the consequences would be dangerous. This kind of move, even he could not randomly execute it. It looks like Ao Su really put in the blood capital in order to deal with me. However, do you all think that killing me is that easy? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Long Xiao smiled and said, "Of course, this Empyrean knows that you're not easy to kill. Otherwise, could you, a first firmament Empyrean, require this Empyrean's grand presence? Since this Empyrean came, I've naturally readied everything. Brothers, kill for me." Under the word of command, roughly 17 to 18 Empyrean powerhouses attacked together. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. Empyrean powerhouses, those were all major powers that could move mountains and empty seas. With 17 to 18 Empyreans, what kind of lineup was that? Especially the 3 third firmament Empyreans. 3 blade images directly cut through the void, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. "Be careful!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, directly pulling Long Xiaochun and escaping into the void, dodging those blade images. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. These 3 great Empyreans' combat strengths far exceeded his imagination. Their laws were not considered too outstanding. But these 3 people, one look, and it was clear that they were veterans of 100 battles. Their application of laws already reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the pressure from their cultivation realms, as well as the 3 people's tacit cooperation, it was troublesome to the extreme. It seemed like these guys had long already mastered their abilities under the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Not just them, the other Empyrean powerhouses were all not amateurs, too. Yi Yuan reckoned that if those so-called geniuses matched up against these people, they probably would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan was startled, but he did not know that Long Xiao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, was more shocked than he was. He understood the strength of these brothers too well. Putting a third firmament Empyrean here, in less than 3 exchanges, they would definitely die grievously. But Yi Yuan's application of spatial law was too terrifying. More than 10 rounds had Pa S. said they actually did not even touch the corners of his clothes, let alone that Yi Yuan was even bringing along Long Xiaochun, who was being a burden. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Yi Yuan, let go of me. If you bring me along, it's impossible for you to escape. Long Xiaochun said anxiously. She also saw through that these Empyreans that Long Xiao brought, each one was incomparably powerful, with their combat strength far surpa sing those in the same rank. Furthermore, their cooperation was extremely ingenious. They had clearly gone through countless trials before there was such tacit understanding. Enough C-R-A-P. I'll get distracted like this. Relax your mind, and just follow me. Yi Yuan said calmly. Long Xiaochun was startled in her heart and could only follow along as Yi Yuan ordered. One of the third Firmament Empyreans suddenly shouted, "Big brother, come up with some ideas." Long Xiao said in a clear voice, "Don't panic. Let him hide. No matter how ingenious his movement technique is, there will definitely be times when he's careless. Competing in willpower, we have never lost to anyone before." "Ha, all right." When the group of Empyreans heard Long Xiao's words, the strength in their hands became steadier. These Empyreans were not in a hurry at all, like cats catching mice. The intention was to slowly wear out Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Long Xiao's one sentence made these guys' combat power rise several levels. This was not the increase in strength, but the stabilization of mental state. In a fight, the more stable the mentality, the more one could tend to perform exceptionally well. 3 great Empyreans were the main attackers, the rest supported from the sides. But each person, even if it was a first Firmament Empyrean, one could not overlook them. A move of theirs that suddenly appeared would seriously injure you. These people's cooperation was simply impeccable. One must find an opportunity to break this balance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today, let alone that the strongest Long Xiao had not even made a move until now. No wonder even Lord Ao Su was very wary of you. Even if your strength was placed in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, it will absolutely be top-notch too. What's even more terrifying is that you're only first Firmament Empyrean. But no matter how strong you are, it's also a certain death situation today. Kid, don't struggle anymore. Long Xiao said with a big laugh at the side. Him talking on the sidelines was disrupting Yi Yuan's state of mind. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's situation became even more critical. Suddenly, a first Firmament Empyrean saw an opening and stabbed toward Long Xiaochun with a sword. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright, but it was already too late to want to stop it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan flashed and blocked in front of Long Xiaochun. Swiss. H. Plus the long sword stabbed right into Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright and screamed out. The other Empyreans' eyes lit up, akin to sharks that smelled the scent of blood, blade lights, and sword images, all hacking towards Yi Yuan. Good. When Long Xiao saw this scene, he could not refrain from cheering. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan suffering this sword did not collapse like everyone imagined. Instead, he opposed the momentum and stabbed a sword out. True sword hollow etch. Yi Yuan's low voice sounded out. An unparalleled sword energy directly blasted the first Firmament Empyrean in front of him to dregs. Go! Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest, pulling Long Xiaochun and Flas. Plussing, he directly tunneled out of the group of Empyreans' encirclement. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time and let him succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Long Xiaochun looked at that sword stuck in Yi Yuan's body, tears almost falling out. Yi Yuan only got hurt in order to protect her. Falling into a heavy encirclement was also because of her willfulness. Long Xiaochun felt wronged to the extreme in her heart. Yi Yuan just chuckled, reached his hand out, and slowly pulled out the long sword. There was not even a drop of blood left behind on the sword. When Long Xiao and the rest saw this scene, their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Long Xiao said in disbelief. A first firmament Empyrean being stabbed through by another first firmament Empyrean with a sword. He was actually completely fine? Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, a disbelieving look on her face. Ho-hu, you forgot, my physical body is very strong. How can this degree of attack hurt me? Yi Yuan said, with a light laugher. Long Zhao's pupils constricted, seemingly thinking of something. He then cried out in surprise, "Perfect seventh transformation." He's at the perfect seventh transformation. What? Is there really someone who can achieve perfect seventh transformation in this world? I heard that the people with perfect seventh transformation can become impervious to swords and spears, having a perfect defense. Unless one's cultivation realm exceeds by a lot. Otherwise, they would not be able to even breach the defenses. I didn't expect that it's actually true. That nirvanic tribulation is so horrifying. How did he transcend it? Cries of exclamations similarly came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were shocked by the perfect seventh transformation. This term, the dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also precisely because so that they yearned for the perfect seventh transformation immensely, but innumerable pioneers had once attempted it before. They all ended in failure. But today, they actually saw a living perfect seventh transformation. How could they not be shocked? Long Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, turns out that this is your trump card. But it ends here." Bang! A powerful aura erupted. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean made even S.P.A.C. tremble. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said with a faint smile, "My trump cards are plentiful starting from now. Savor my methods well. Have a taste of what's called pain." Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly teleporting away. The interval before was actually done on purpose by Yi Yuan. It was in order to break through these people's encirclement. As long as he broke through, with his spatial law powers, it would be difficult for these people to want to catch him again. Want to go? How can it be that easy? Eat this blade of mine. The short knife in Long Zhao's hand raised up, the surging vital energy carried an Astonis. H.I. plussing blade, directly cutting through the sky, catching up to Yi Yuan instantly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he actually disappeared. This heaven-shocking blade of Long Zhao's actually struck nothing. Not good. This kid is running to hide into the spatial rift. Chase. Long Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Inside the spatial rift, Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Earlier, Yi Yuan getting injured frightened her badly. But at this very moment, her guilt was tossed beyond the ninth heaven by her long ago. Ha ha ha, too exciting. Yi Yuan, it's really too exciting. Long Xiaochun had long already forgotten about the anxiety and panic earlier, a look of excitement on her face. Toward this plucky little sister, Yi Yuan was directly rendered speechless. "Xiaochun, want to play a game or not?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. I want. How to play Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun clapped her hands and said gleefully. Her thought process was clearly different from others. Others would definitely roll their eyes and scold Yi Yuan viciously at this time. What time was it? Still playing games. Yet, the moment Long Xiaochun heard playing games, she immediately became excited. All right then, starting from now, you have to listen to me for everything. Since this guy dared to come and ambush me, he'll have to be prepared to pay a painful price. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, seething with killing intent. Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice as she said, "Say it. I'll listen to you. You rest assured. In order to make up for the mistake that I made, I'll go all out. You say, play what game?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hide and seek." Chapter 2157. Hide and seek. Chapter 2157. Hide and seek. A third firmament Empyrean said, "Big brother, this brat hides inside the spatial rift. He wants to play hide and seek with us. A fool who overestimates his own ability. This stretch of C is our old den. He wants to play hide and seek with us in our lair. This Empyrean wants to see whether it's him who plays with me, or me who toys with him. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, the three of you each lead a team and march forward. Play with this kid well." Long Xiao said with a cold smile. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming were those third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. Getting Long Zhao's orders, the two people clasped their hands and said smilingly, "Big brother, rest assured. This area of spatial rifts is our own backyard. Even if that brat wants to run, he also can escape." This area of C was layered upon layers, complicated to the extreme. Long Zhao's main camp was established inside. So, to them, this place was too familiar. Yi Yuan entering this region of spatial rifts was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Long Shi, three people each, led their own squad and started digging everywhere, carrying out a carpet bombing-style search on this area of C. This brat is really impressive. There are so many of us, we actually failed to kill him. Humph! Mingxin's death must be avenged. If I catch him, I'll definitely hack him into 1,000 pieces. Long Mingxin was the first firmament Empyrean that Yi Yuan killed. This result made them very aggrieved. So many people besieged Yi Yuan, but in the end, he actually escaped. Enough! Everyone, be more alert, especially when we get to those folded C areas. Be careful of his ambush. Plus, Long, she said in a solemn voice. Following Long Xiao, he could be said to be a veteran of 100 battles and also developed an extremely vigilant personality. Although this was in their own lair, he still maintained sufficient vigilance. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead. Who could it be if not Long Xiaochun? Hee, you bad guys, go and die? Long Xiaochun made a funny face as she said. Long Shi's face fell. Lifting his hand, it was a swift and fierce blade. Oh my! Long Xiaochun cried out strangely, figure flash. Plussing, and actually disappeared. Bang! From the diagonal stab, a sudden shocking energy undulation directly blasted a first firmament Empyrean to meat paste. Aozhou! Long Shi's two eyes went wide, and he roared angrily. This Aozhou was Long Shi's old subordinate. The two people's feelings were extremely deep. Long Shi did not expect that Aozhou was actually killed by Yi Yuan right under his eyelids. This move earlier was clearly true sword hollow etch. Who was it if not Yi Yuan attacking? True sword hollow etch, this move releasing. It did not have any energy undulations at all. It was impossible to guard against. Coupled with Long Xiaochun being deliberately misleading earlier, attracting everyone's attention. With this, even Long Shi did not manage to react to it as well. Why would this place have an area of folded Why? Why have we never discovered it before? Long Shi howled. Long she looked carefully. The place where Yi Yuan suddenly sneak attacked just now was actually an area of extremely hiddenness. P-A-C, this hiddenness. P-A-C. They had never discovered it before. But Yi Yuan actually hid here and made a move against them. This was also to say that Yi Yuan understood this spatial rift better than them. Chase, even if your father turns the spatial rifts upside down, I'll also find you. The long she under a towering rage tunneled into this folded S-P-A-C with a grunt. Swizz. H. Plus a figure flashed past from afar. Long she sent a saber slash over without a word. But that figure flashed, dodging this blade, lightly, and disappeared once more. Long she's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, "Chase!" Just like this, Long Shipa S said through one folded S, P, A C after another. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream came over. Long Shi's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "It's Long Bai's voice! That boy actually killed a second firmament Empyrean?" A subordinate warned, "Lord Long Shi, this boy is full of tricks. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. We can't keep on chasing after him like this. Otherwise, we'll be routed by him." Long Shi's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still nodded his head. But when they attempted to traverse through S, P, A, C, and find the way they came from, they discovered to their dismay that they were lost. "Lord Long Shi, how is this possible? This place is our doorstep. We actually got lost." The group of subordinates was in a state of disbelief. They actually got lost at their front door. They thought that they knew this place like the back of their hands, but being brought around by Yi Yuan a few times, they actually could not find the way that they came from anymore. Long Shi's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This boy's spatial law is even more formidable than we imagined. He brought us into a spatial maze." "A spatial maze? Then wouldn't we be unable to go out?" "This isn't possible. Since it's a spatial maze, how does he get out himself?" When everyone heard this news, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. S-P-A-C was an extremely convoluted and profound thing to begin with. It was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. Otherwise, spatial law also would not be called one of the supreme laws. Inside S-P-A-C, there were layers upon layers. It was a maze in the first place. Empyrean powerhouses were able to utilize spatial law, but it was just in a more superficial manner. The truly obscure and difficult to understand areas, they were unable to touch it at all. And this area of spatial rifts was far more complicated than the outside world. So, when Long Shao they all hid inside, even if a heavenly emperor came, it would also be very hard to find. A spatial maze was actually a deep layer of superimposed S-P-A-C, fragile and complicated. Once falling into this layer, wanting to find the way back again would be difficult. Long Shi chased after Yi Yuan in a sullen rage and actually came into a spatial maze unknowingly. This was clearly Yi Yuan's scheme. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan entering this spatial rift was like a fish entering the sea, knowing everything about it. But their doorstep became their graveyard. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure walked out of a corner. "No need to worry. Very soon, you guys will be able to go and meet your companions." Long Shi looked at Yi Yuan, gritted his teeth, and said, "Brat, do you think that you can trap us like this? This Empyrean tells you, even if it's a spatial maze with our understanding of the spatial rifts, as long as we find a familiar plane, we'll be able to return to the surface layer S-P-A-C. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "When did I say before that I want to use the spatial maze to trap you all?" Long Shi's pupils constricted, and he said in alarm and anger, "You What are you trying to do? Yi Yuan smiled and said, haven't you already guessed what I want to do? Spatial collapse. It was only to see Yi Yuan stomp his feet. Chaos divine essence suddenly erupted. Chaos divine essence that was interwoven in S, P, A, C actually started collapsing layer upon layer. A tyrannical energy spewed forth without restraint inside the spatial rifts. Long she said in a great rage, Brat, if you make S, P, A, C collapse, you'll die in here too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're thinking too much. How can my understanding of spatial law be what you can imagine? Chapter 2158, Immense Grief. Chapter 2158, Immense Grief, not good. Spatial collapse. Feeling that intense energy undulation, Long Zhao's face turned white with a whoosh. His figure suddenly moved, virtually arriving at a certain area among the spatial rifts in an instant. However, it was already too late. Once a spatial collapse occurred, it was like a domino effect. The energy undulation that was setting off became stronger and stronger. Even he, this fourth firmament Empyrean, once he got caught inside, it would be certain death too. Yi Yuan. Long Zhao's heart suddenly ached, as if his heart was being rent. Among these subordinates, Long she followed him the longest, and the relations, H, I, plus P was also the deepest. Long Zhao never dreamed of this situation. When facing the encirclement and suppression of countless heavenly emperor and Empyrean powerhouses, they could even escape alive, but today they would actually die here. Died at the hands of a brat who just entered Empyrean. Is it very painful? A figure walked out of the void, his face full of coldness. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Zhao's two eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and said, Punk, this Empyrean will definitely rip you apart today. Long Zhao raised his saber and arrived in an instant. The powerful blade light virtually tore S, P, A, C apart. It was just that Yi Yuan's figure dodged slightly, and he disappeared right before Long Zhao's eyes. For so many years, you guys and A.O. Su have worked in cahoots, butchering how many of your same kind? Have you ever thought about whether their family members would feel pain or not? I have no grudge nor enmity with you guys, but you want to ambush us. Since that's the case, then you'll have to be prepared for my vengeance. Relax, the game has just started. Yi Yuan walked out of another folded layer of S, P, A, C, his words full of frostiness. Long Zhao, this group of people had their hands stained with fresh blood. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological restraint when killing them. If not for his numerous means, he would definitely die at Long Zhao's hands today. Once Yi Yuan was enraged, the consequences were very terrifying. Now, Long Zhao tasted the bitter fruit. However, Long Zhao had more rage currently. It was the fury of not being content with anything less than his destruction. Long Zhao raised his blade and chased after Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, in this spatial rift that he was incomparably familiar with, he was like a headless fly, being led by the nose by Yi Yuan, running around everywhere. Occasionally, he would intrude into a layer of folded S, P, A, C, but seeing his subordinate's corpse, his eyes could not help turning bloodshot from anger. Apart from Long Shi, that squad being completely wiped out, the other teams were already thoroughly broken up by Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun, two people as well. A powerful besieging team became all alone by themselves now. With Yi Yuan's strength, killing a lone second firmament Empyrean was not a hard thing. A carefully planned encirclement evolved into a one-sided ma. Saker in the end. Long Zhao's heart was dripping blood. These Empyreans were all old brothers who have followed him for hundreds of thousands of years, braving through wind and rain together, living days on the edge of danger before there was today. He did not expect that all of them fell here today, right at their own doorstep. Just as Yi Yuan said, he finally felt the taste of pain. Long Shao had a body full of powerful strength, but in this area of spatial rifts, there was no room for him to unleash his ability at all. His saber had just raised up, and Yi Yuan already vanished. But in half a day, the 17 to 18 Empyreans that Long Shao brought over only had a scanty few people left. Yi Yuan, come out for me. If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board showdown with me. Long Shao roared at the depths of the void. Be boss. Suddenly, a voice sounded out behind. Long Shao turned his head to look. It was the Long Zhao whose 2 eyes were thoroughly red. His eyes were not red from killing, but red from crying. One brother after another dying made Long Zhao mourn endlessly. Long Zhao, I finally found you. Follow me. Make sure not to leave. When we see that little brute, you and I work together, we can definitely kill him. Long Shao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Zhao's eyes were red as he said, Boss, are we still fighting? Surrender. Long Zhao's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilly voice, So many brothers have died, but you're asking me to surrender? If I don't carve that punk up into 1,000 pieces today, Long Shao, swear that I'm lesser than human. But we can't find him at all. He understands this region of S.P. AC like the back of his hand, and even comes and goes freely the deep layers of S.P. AC. His spatial law has reached rank 6 at the minimum. Long Zhao already did not have any temper. What was terrifying was not a powerful opponent, but an opponent that you could not understand at all. Could not even catch the other party's shadow. How to fight still. Long Zhao's expression was livid too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and Long Shao said in a cold voice, Chase. Swaz. H. Plus S. P. A. C fluctuated. It suddenly became clear before his eyes. At this place, cherry blossoms were in full bloom. A small stream flowed past some cottages. Young children horsed around in the village. It was actually a retreat away from the turmoil of the world. Far away, Long Xiaochun was currently playing with a few children in great delight. But Long Zhao's expression changed wildly. He stared fixedly at the Yi Yuan standing in the air far away and said in a cold voice, Boy, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the village, a hint of gentleness flash. Plussing across his eyes. Surrender, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan traversed through the void and unintentionally discovered this place. Only then did he know. It turned out this was Long Zhao's den. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Long Shao and the rest killed and pillaged outside, committing all kinds of atrocities. It was actually for the sake of this otherworldly paradise. Originally, Yi Yuan was planning on directly entrapping Long Shao, they all to death, in the void. With Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments, even if he could not kill Long Shao, he still had assurance for the others. Even if it was a third firmament Empyrean, under Yi Yuan's sneak attack, it was very hard to survive too. But now he changed his mind. The hand that Long Shao held his saber trembled lightly. Clearly, he was struggling fiercely in his heart. Boss, give up. We have no chances of victory. Long Zhao said with reddened eyes. Long Shao looked at Yi Yuan and gritted his teeth and said, How do I know whether he'll strike to kill or not after surrendering? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I want to deal a killing blow, it wouldn't be such a situation now. Long Zhao's pupils constricted, immediately understanding Yi Yuan's meaning. If Yi Yuan was a mindless butcher of innocent people, or someone who was callous and merciless, he should have threatened with the lives of women and children currently, and not stand here talking to him perfectly well. Clearly, that way of directly threatening was more effective. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. plus several figures suddenly dashed out. It was Long Ming and the others. When they saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed dramatically. Yi Yuan actually found their lair. Their lair was extremely hidden. It had never been exposed before for so many years. Did not expect that it was actually found by Yi Yuan. Be boss. Long Ming also said, seemingly rather parched. Suddenly, Long Zhao's hand loosened up. That heavy short blade dropped down at a high speed, sticking into the soil with a clank. Thud. Long Zhao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan in the air and said with gritted teeth, Long Zhao had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, an offended Lord Dragon's son. I hope that your excellency punishes. I only hope that your excellency lifts your hand high up in mercy and let the people of Dragon Source Village go. As he said, Long Zhao directly sealed his divine sea and became a cripple. Seeing Long Ming like this, the rest no longer had the will to fight, throwing down their weapons one after another and kneeling in front of Yi Yuan. Your Excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy. We're willing to take the punishment. Chapter 2159. You seem very disappointed. Chapter 2159. You seem very disappointed at Purple Dragon's stronghold. A group of Son of the Heavenly Dragons were already ready and waiting for orders to set off. Two people surrounded a handsome youth. Their attitude rather humble. Ho-ho, with Brother Yu's strength, you'll definitely radiate splendor in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. The one talking was precisely the Long Zheng that Ao Su brought back. That's right. Big Brother, you already has no opponents among our Purple Dragon Stronghold's junior generation. Only those people that came down from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain have the qualifications to be his match. This was another one of Purple Dragon's strongholds, son of the Heavenly Dragon, Ao Zhong. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark, but her ident. One, Tai was special, and an exception was made this time for her to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Battle of Dragon Sons. Humph! That Rain Dragon stronghold is so haughty to actually not arrive yet until now. Long Zheng said with a cold snort, after a few sentences of small talk, Ao, you gave Ao Su a signal. The two people found a quiet place and started discussing in whispers. Second uncle, is that punk really as incredible as you said? Ao, you said with a frown. More than incredible. You think about it. What kind of existence is sacred ancestor, high priest? How can a person that could make him personally confer as sage be of the ordinary sort? If let him grow unchecked, he'll definitely be your great enemy in the future. Ao Su said. Ao Su had already told Ao Yu about Yi Yuan's monstrousness. It was just that these words ultimately sounded like some Arabian Night fantasy tale. So he was still not willing to believe it. Ao Yu was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Normally, he would not place his peers in his sights at all. Now, a freak that was even more impressive than him suddenly popped out. He was naturally unhappy in his heart. But Ao Yu also knew that Ao Su would not lie to him in this sort of thing. You're sure that he won't make it anymore? Ao Yu's eyes glinted as he asked. Ao Su smiled and said, You're aware of Long Zhao's strength. Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he's also just a genius that hasn't grown up. How can he possibly survive at the hands of a fourth Firmament Empyrean, let alone that each and every one of his subordinates are all extremely fierce? Even if a peak third Firmament Empyrean ran into them, he can only nurse a grievance and die. Ao Yu also smiled slightly when he heard it and said, Second uncle does things flawlessly, eliminating a great calamity in my heart for me. Second uncle, rest assured. When I step into Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, I definitely won't forget second uncle's kindness. Ao Su was delighted in his heart, but he had a smile on his face as he said, "You brat, what are you still being courteous with second uncle for?" The group of people was currently showing impatience from waiting when suddenly someone came to report, saying that traces of Bandit Shao was discovered in the vicinity of Cloud Heaven mountain range. Clearly, they had experienced a great battle. The aura of a human was even left behind. Most likely, the son of the heavenly dragon Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun were already killed. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan, this son of the heavenly dragon, the aura of a human on him was the strongest. Then this aura was definitely left behind by him. Once these words came out, it stunned the entire Purple Dragon stronghold. A son of the heavenly dragon being killed was equivalent to a heaven stronghold's dragon lord being killed. That was a major incident. When Ao Su heard this news, his expression changed wildly. Thumping his fists and stomping his feet, he said, how can this be? This is all my fault. If not for me leaving them in Cloud Heaven mountain range, they also wouldn't have run into Bandit Shao, that bunch of vicious and unrestrained gang. Ao Su had a remorseful and angry look, full of an ashamed and indignant expression. One had to admit, his acting skill was mastered to perfection, and could even win the Best Actor award. This matter, it was naturally his responsibility that was the greatest, but looking at his appearance, the others could not very well blame him anymore. Purple Dragon's stronghold's dragon, Lord frowned slightly, no idea what he was thinking. Protector Su, and, Body wished to see this sort of thing either. Don't blame yourself too much. Yeah, Protector Su, this matter isn't what you hoped for. It was all Bandit Zhao's fault. When the group of people saw Ao Su crying, being heartbroken, they all came forward and started comforting. Ao Su wiped away his tears, came before Dragon Lord, knelt straight down, and said in grief and indignation, "Dragon Lord, Ao Su requests to head to Cloud Heaven mountain range to clean up Bandit Shao. This time, even if I stand guard for 100,000 years, Ao Su also must kill all of them." Dragon Lord gave him a glance with a deep meaning, let out a sigh, and said, "Forget it. This matter wasn't what you hoped for. That Bandit Shao is extremely cunning. Even if a heavenly emperor went, it's also useless. This matter, this emperor will ask for punishment from Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Although Dragon Lord had some suspicions, this incident had no evidence. He could not very well sentence Ao Su's crime with just empty words too. But this matter was indeed fishy. Dragon Lord, I hope that Dragon Lord gives Ao Su a chance to make amends for my crime and take revenge for Dragon Sun Yi and Long Xiaochun. Ao Su was still grieving as he said, "Oh, what happened? Heavenly Emperor, Ao Su is actually going to avenge me?" Dragon Lord was just about to speak when two young figures suddenly walked out of the void. When Ao Su heard this voice, his eyes went wide, as if he had seen a ghost. He said in shock, You're actually fine?" When Ao Su saw the other party, how could he still not understand who it was? His gaze stared fixedly at Yi Yuan as if wanting to see through him. Yi Yuan scoffed. "Heavenly Emperor, Su seems to be very disappointed that I'm all right." The shock in Ao Su's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. A mere first firmament Empyrean could actually survive under Long Zhao's besieging. This was too inconceivable. The strength of Long Zhao, this group of people, he was all too clear. Forget about a first firmament Empyrean. Even if it was a fourth firmament Empyrean, they could forget about returning alive too. Otherwise, Purple Dragon's stronghold had so many heavenly emperor powerhouses. How could Long Zhao, a mere fourth firmament Empyrean, live until now? There was naturally Ao Su's assistance involved, but their own strength also occupied a crucial reason. But what was the situation right now? Ao Su reacted very quickly, saying with some awkwardness, How can it be for Dragon Sun Yi to be able to return safely? This emperor is more than happy. I brought Longzheng to go find you guys later on, but at that time, you guys were already not around. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Heavenly Emperor, Ao Su going to find us. You wanted to confirm whether or not we were killed, right? Ao Su's face changed, and he said, "What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What I mean, don't you understand? These few years, you instigated Long Shao and the rest to kill and pillage, committing all kinds of atrocities. See, you mutilating numerous crimes. You're the main culprit behind Long Zhao's atrocities." Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, his voice carrying anger. "What? The boss behind Bandit Shao is Heavenly Emperor Ao Su? How can this be possible? This brat wouldn't be crazy, right? To actually frame Heavenly Emperor Ao Su? Heavenly Emperor Ao Su is normally kind toward others in the stronghold and is the most amiable and approachable Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How can he possibly be Bandit Zhao's boss? Even if he's a son of the Heavenly Dragon, he also can't give a false account of the facts and invert black and white." A stone stirred up a 1,000-layered wave. Yi Yuan's words stirred up a fierce discussion in the crowd. Naturally, there were more people who did not believe it. Ao Su, this person, was indeed very adept at pretending. Normally, his reputation in the stronghold was also extremely good. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan said it, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finding fault instead. "Ha ha ha. Dragon Sun Yi, this is the most hilarious joke that this emperor has heard. You also heard it. Everyone is aware of my Ao Su's conduct. How can I possibly be the culprit behind Bandit Shao?" Ao Su laughed loudly and said, Chapter 2160, Miscalculating and Stumbling? Chapter 2160, Miscalculating and Stumbling? Dragon Sun Yi, although your status is N. Oh, Blee, Ao Su is my purple dragon stronghold's heavenly emperor. His status is N. Oh, Blee, and can't be easily insulted. Saying this sort of words, you have to take out hard evidence. The dragon lord who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance made him rather surprised. Being able to escape from under the hands of Bandit Shao with this bit of strength, got to admit, Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. Of course, it was likely more to do with luck. Long Shao, this group of people. All of them were cunning like foxes, coming and going without a trace. Furthermore, their methods were extremely vicious, and there had never been survivors. Even the sons of the heavenly dragon that died under their hands were quite a few too. They did not expect that this time this son of the heavenly dragon actually escaped. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said smilingly, "You seem to be very proud of yourself. Do you feel that I can't do anything to you?" Ao Su snorted coldly and said, "Dragon Sun Yi, this emperor calls you Dragon Sun out of respect to the heavenly dragon mountain. But you slandered this emperor. This emperor won't willingly take things lying down either. Heavenly emperors can't be slandered." Ao Su said it righteously as if the villain was Yi Yuan. Everyone present knew Ao Su's personality, and all felt that Yi Yuan was making trouble out of nothing. But Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Dragon Lord Purple Dragon. I wonder what's the crime of murdering a son of the heavenly dragon?" Dragon Lord's eyes glinted, and he slowly said, "Murdering a son of the heavenly dragon, one will be executed. However, the status of a heavenly emperor is transcendent. According to the rules set by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, they will be relegated to the second level of the Dragon Eye Cave." Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered. The second level of the Dragon Eye Cave. That mysterious powerhouse should have come out of there, right? But he guessed wrongly Bai Chun did not come from the second level, but from a deeper place. Ao Su's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, a clay bodhisattva still has some anger. You provoke time and again, deliberately misrepresenting things. Just what intentions do you have? Do you think that with the status of a son of the heavenly dragon, you can do whatever you want? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Wow, corner dog about to jump the wall. Is it? No rush, no rush. Come, come, come. Meet an old friend. Finished talking, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Several figures fell out. The few people had both hands behind their backs, kneeling in front of everyone, but had arrogant and unyielding faces. Seeing these few people, Ao Su's expression changed wildly. Long Shao. It's the devil's incarnate, Long Shao. He had his divine sea sealed. This isn't possible. What kind of character is the living King Yama Long Shao? How can he possibly be caught by him? It turns out that he didn't escape from Long Zhao's hands, but he captured Long Shao. It's been so many years. Purple Dragon Stronghold has sent out how many heavenly emperors and empyreans, but failed to do anything to him. He was actually captured by a first firmament empyrean brat. The few people that fell out of the void were precisely Long Shao, and the others, the powerhouses in Purple Dragon Stronghold, were all shocked until it could not be Serpa. As said, Long Shao, this group of people killed people like flies. Their evil doings knew no limits and had plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. In order to capture Long Shao and the rest, Purple Dragon Stronghold had expended no idea how much manpower and material resources, but returned without accompli. Plussing anything. Today, this group of people was actually eradicated by the measly little Yi Yuan. How could they not be shocked? The world knew that it was extremely hard to jump realms and battle at Empyrean realm. A second firmament Empyrean versus a first firmament Empyrean was virtually getting crushed. Even if your talent was unparalleled and combat strength monstrous, and could defeat a second firmament Empyrean as a first firmament Empyrean facing a third firmament Empyrean, there were no chances of victory at all. But Long Shao was fourth firmament Empyrean, a middle-stage Empyrean super powerhouse. How could such a powerhouse get captured by Yi Yuan? Not greeting when you see an old friend. Yi Yuan looked at Ao Su and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Su's heart shook wildly. He completely never thought that Yi Yuan would capture Long Shao and his gang. With Yi Yuan's strength, being able to escape from under Long Zhao's hands was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly capture Long Shao? But Yi Yuan did something that he could not imagine. Ao Su finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. However, how could he resign himself to death? What greeting! Long Shao has done all sorts of evils and plagued a region. For Dragon Son, Yi to be able to capture him, it's the greatest good. Dragon Son Yi, I know that you were attacked by Long Shao without cause, so you suspect me. But Ao Su, sures that this is just a coincidence. Ao Su was well deserving of being a sly old fox, cutting off relations with a casual sentence. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Oh, just a coincidence, huh? Long Shao, you tell Ao Su, was this matter a coincidence or not? Long Shao slowly lifted his head. He grinned, the scar on his face appearing even more hideous and horrifying. Dragon Son Yi, this matter was naturally a coincidence. What kind of status do I, Long Shao, have? How can I possibly know an exalted, heavenly emperor powerhouse? Kid, I don't know what intentions you have, but if you want to use me to malign others, it's impossible to prevail. Long Shao said with a proud look. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed amused looks. Ao Su was even happier in his heart. It was not 1 or 2 days that he had been controlling Long Shao, this group of people. He naturally had a score in his heart. Long Xiao was a clever person. Unless his brain was damaged, he would not betray him. Otherwise, Dragon Source Village would be completely destroyed. Yi Yuan's face changed, and he said in surprise and anger, Long Xiao, this isn't what you told me previously. You tricked me? Long Xiao had an arrogant and unyielding look as he said with a cold smile, What did I say to you previously? I don't know what grudge you have with this lord, but even though I, Long Xiao, have killed countless people, I've never been someone's and you want to make use of me? No chance. Yi Yuan had a hesitant look and roared angrily, Long Xiao, I'll kill you. Under his rage, Yi Yuan smacked a palm out and was about to eradicate Long Xiao. Dragon Lord lightly flicked his sleeves. A gust of strong wind blew over, directly sending Yi Yuan flying out. Dragon Sun Yi, this Long Xiao has plagued Purple Dragon Stronghold for many years. He can't die just like this. For you to be able to capture him over, this lord is very grateful. But if you want to kill him, there's no way. Come, men, detain Bandit Xiao and await sentencing. Dragon Lord said coolly. Ao Su was incomparably delighted with himself inwardly, but put on a benign appearance as he said coolly, Dragon Sun Yi, it's all a misunderstanding between you and me. This emperor didn't take good care of you, and Long Xiaochun. It was this emperor's blunder. This emperor apologizes to you. You're really hypocritical. It was clearly you who instigated them, but now you're pretending to be a good person. You're a bad guy. To think that I still trusted you so much. Long Xiaochun said in a frenzy of rage by the side. Ao Su let out a sigh and said, Forget it. Looks like the misunderstanding towards this emperor is too big. I will take my leave. As he spoke, Ao Su's figure flashed, disappearing. Dragon Lord said coolly, There's a sudden turn of events today in the stronghold. The matter of setting off will be delayed for 3 days. 3 days later, all of the Dragon Sons will head for Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Dragon Sun Yi, you stay in the stronghold first. No one could have thought that things would actually develop to such a step. Yi Yuan came in a threatening manner, but became a joke in the end. Returning to the residence, Ao Su's gaze glinted, and he said with a cold sneer, Brat, you're still 10,000 years too early to fight with this emperor. However, Long Xiao, this group of people can't be kept anymore. Something unforeseen will eventually happen with Dragon Lord keeping them. Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Chapter 2161. The things that you didn't expect are too many. Deep in the night, inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Thud, thud. Very soon, they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon, seemingly like a ghost. Your Excellency, when Long Xiao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, Amen, today's performance was pretty good. Indeed, you didn't disappoint this emperor. Long Xiao said smugly, Of course. That brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you, but how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with by us? This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Su. Ao Su's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, What the H-E-L? I was with you guys. With your strength. How could you be captured by that kid? Upon saying this, Long Xiao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers. Ao Su's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, How can this be? Long Xiao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Su listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Shao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Su not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would Ao Yu matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. All right, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore. Ao Su commanded. Long Shao nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Then that boy, Ao Su, frowned and said, "Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things?" Long Shao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick killing intent from Ao Su. Clearly, Ao Su's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Ao Su pointed at the void. The jail door opened with a sound. Long Shao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Ao Su. All right, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore. Ao Su said impatiently. How could Long Shao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ao Su's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Shao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold, when suddenly flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in surprise. The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold Bandit Shao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Shao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Ao Su's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Ao Su was going to do away with the witnesses. Ao Su did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and above board. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor! When Ao Su's palms smacked over, Long Shao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared, and actually blocked this strike miraculously. Ao Su's expression changed wildly, and he said in alarm and anger, "Who is it?" Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. Ent Ao Su's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Ao Su with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, "Ao Su, you disappoint this lord too much." Yi Yuan turned to Long Shao and said with a smile, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely P.A.W.N.S. of Ao Su. Now, you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore." Long Shao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation, but at this time, his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Ao Su, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. Ao Su, it's been so many years. Even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother, ye told us that you'll kill us, but Long Shao, didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow. Long Shao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "At this time, Ao Su already pa s, said the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, "You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands. Isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now, you all are already useless, so you naturally have to die." You. Long Xiao also did not think that Ao Su was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Ao Su ignored him and turned to look at Yi Yuan, saying with a smile, "I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world unhindered for millions of years. I actually suck. You bed at the hands of a brat like you, who is still wet behind his ears." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The things that you didn't expect are too many, isn't it so?" Ao Su's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yi Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down in a stonies, plus in killing trap, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan escape, he even captured Long Xiao. The secrets that Long Xiao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Xiao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Ao Su laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon's stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. It turns out that you took action for his sake." Ao Su's expression changed, and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what conniving cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with AOU. Ao Zhen, I'm unconvinced. Why can you sit on the seat of a Dragon Lord, but I can't?" Done talking, the imposing aura on Ao Su's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Ao Zhen sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire SPAC. Ao Su's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Ao Su could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation. Ao Su fell here in the darkness. Ao looked at this scene with a calm expression and said, "Coolly, second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Chapter 2162. You have an objection? Ao Su's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon stronghold. No one would have thought that Ao Su was actually really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. Those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yi Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yi Yuan did not turn angry from meant at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Ao Su to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a heavenly emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Ao Su was really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. We wronged Yi Yuan. Sigh, if Ao Su really remained beyond the arm of the law, then we'd all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Xiao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Sun Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accomplish. Plus, there were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yi Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yi Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Xiao, this group of people, Purple Dragon Stronghold, could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yi Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, it was all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Aosian said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Ao Su, isn't that so? This time, you merely pushed the boat along the current. Ao Su put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Ao Yu up to a high position, while he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a Dragon Lord. How could Ao Jin not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Ao Su actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon Stronghold to not know peace. And Yi Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Ao Jun looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, Dragon Sun Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time. This Lord wishes Dragon Sun Yi speedy success. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it. Aosian's two eyes narrowed, and he said, You want Long Xiao? Talking with smart people saved energy. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Aosian shook his head and said, The crimes that Long Xiao has committed these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him, it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the Ma. SES. Yi Yuan smiled and said, State your terms then. Aosian laughed in spite of himself and said, You little baby really give people a headache. Want Long Xiao, you have to represent Purple Dragon Stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time and take the top spot. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal. Aosian smiled and said, You seem very confident. Yi Yuan similarly smiled and said, Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Ao Yu. Although Ao Su died, this did not affect Ao Yu's status in Purple Dragon Stronghold. The level of sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven Strongholds, but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, to the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon Clan's true holy land. Yi Yuan understood Ao Jun's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Ao Jun would have hopes of salting late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm, and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Xiao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Aosian, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, It was also not a land of great unity. The dragon clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no compet, Tian, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And long shao this kind of existence was merely some flavor enhancer. If Ao Zhen personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little long shao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the heavenly dragon mountain, clouds coiled up, immortal chi lingering. It was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of heavenly dragon mountain, Yi Yuan only felt like it was like facing the heaven-span mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th firmament heavenly emperor and became a late-stage heavenly emperor supreme powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a heavenly dragon and enter heavenly dragon mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the dragon clan was. It was the dragon clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yi Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the dragon clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. Like A.B. You, Kin, saw the heavenly dragon mountain and got stunned, right? Aou's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider B, you, Kin, probably haven't even entered a heavenly emperor Badamanda before. How could he have seen before the heavenly dragon mountain's magnificence? Ao Zhong also said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile, endure the whole way, finally can't hold back anymore, right? Ao, I did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now. This Yi admires. Aou's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, don't you get KY? The battle of dragon sons, this time, will be the battle where you fall. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, why would I not be KY? I want to be KY. I killed a heavenly emperor. Such a refres. Plus ing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a heavenly emperor, and that person was your Aou's second uncle. Do you have an objection? Uffed. The long Xiaochun by the side could not hold back anymore and snickered. Yi Yuan, this fellow, really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at Aou's face, it practically turned green. The resources that Ao Su had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on Aou. Therefore, he regarded Ao Su, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yi Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? Aou gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, good, very good. Yi Yuan, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even your second uncle, this heavenly emperor, was finished off by me. So who the Hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet. Aou was angered until his face was livid, and he said with a cold sneer, although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Shao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The battle of dragon sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath. Indeed, for Yi Yuan to be able to subdue Long Shao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to want to trap Long Shao to death, let alone force Long Shao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce. I'm afraid that It's not enough to wet my appetite. 1. Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward Aou's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. Aou was merely a peak second firmament Empyrean. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third firmament Empyrean sons of the heavenly dragon. Chapter 2163, Kneeling Neither to Heaven nor Earth. Chapter 2163, Kneeling Neither to Heaven nor Earth. All right, dragon sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the protector elder, Aou, who was leading the team, finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the heavenly dragon, and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a heavenly dragon. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph! Aou snorted coldly and stopped talking. Aou said coolly, "All right, it's almost time. We should enter the heavenly dragon mountain." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist, and were brought by him flying toward Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yi Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog. Unable to see clearly, Yi Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the Heavenly Dragon Mountain here, it was just the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Upon entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the Heavenspan Mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Aou, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a heavenly dragon mark at their glabella area. Clearly, they were all sons of the heavenly dragon. It's purple dragon stronghold's people. Ho, the last time purple dragon stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even if they became a son of the heavenly dragon, they are also a bunch of tras. Plus, if I had to say, Purple Dragon Stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first Firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon Stronghold really has no one. Yi Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the heavenly dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon Stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of emus, E-M-E-N-T on their faces. Aou's expression was very ugly, but the status of these sons of the heavenly dragon were all higher than him. He really could not talk back. Purple Dragon Stronghold's people, including Aou, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Aou, it's you leading the team this time again? During the last time, your Purple Dragon Stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield, and even had his heavenly dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away, a heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Aou's face fell, and he said, "Long Zifeng, you Geismir took 5th place, and you're already arrogant until like this?" Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, "In front of Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your Purple Dragon Stronghold, this emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, our Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Aou smiled coldly, and he said, "Top 3? You really dare to say that?" Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, Black Dragon Stronghold and Auspicious Dragon Stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3? Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his heavenly dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly dragon mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awakened the Heavenly Dragon mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the Heavenly Dragon mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the Heavenly Dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Qilin clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities. His strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the Heavenly Dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came ha? At this time, an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely-looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, including heavenly emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. We pay respects to Lord Morningstar. When Yi Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath Jimo's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the Dragon Eye Cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Aou saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time, everyone knelt down. Only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes, but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the Heavenly Dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan, this is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a Heavenly Dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Aochi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, I, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. I can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Aou sneered and said, Fool, courting death. Heavenly emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the Heavenly Dragon, but Heavenly Dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, punies. Plussing could be done. Ha ha ha, a fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yi Yuan, hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary. Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change. Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, You're the newly promoted son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Precisely so. Morningstar said, Good. Hope that you won't let this emperor down in the battle of dragon sons this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I definitely won't let Senior down. Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochun and said, Xiaochun, come over. Aou was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that. On what basis? Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful, like Morningstar, did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily. Aoyu knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him, everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan, shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the heavenly dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like sacred ancestor, high priest. Toward that kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present, but he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a sieve chasm between heavenly emperor and Dao ancestor. Long Xiaochun was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, "Grandpa Morningstar." Morningstar rebuked her and said, "Eula S. This time, you must go up the heavenly dragon mountain with me." Chapter 2164. 1,000 years later. Chapter 2164. 1,000 years later. I'm not going. What's good about the heavenly dragon mountain? It's like a cage. Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up heavenly dragon mountain, even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, "This is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last." Long Xiaochun's head shook like a rattle drum, and she said, "I don't want means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heaven-span world." Long Xiaochun threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised, though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochun was normally happy-go-lucky once this S decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared. The sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. If you still don't enter the heavenly dragon mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochun's stubborn temper flared up too, and she said angrily, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you to see." Morningstar's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morningstar immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochun and billowed his beard as he glared and actually did not know what he should do for some time. The sons of the heavenly dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochun did not have a heavenly dragon mark. So why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochun's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morningstar was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochun. It seemed like Long Xiaochun was the dragon clan's future, while these sons of the heavenly dragon, were merely dregs. angering this emperor to death. Morningstar nearly jumped up. Seeing Morningstar's appearance, Long Xiaochun felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the heavenly dragon mountain, and also did not want to cultivate. Senior Morningstar, let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morningstar gave him a glance, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. This even her mother can't put her in place." While Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly and said, "Yi Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Girlie, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years? Long Xiaochun was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the heavenly dragon by the side, each and every one of them revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really COCKY? 1,000 years' time. How big a gap can there be? AO, you knew more than the others, and said with a cold smile, "Long Xiaochun's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle-stage Empyrean cultivation, no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm?" Saying that Yi Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later. He did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the heavenly dragon present. Each one was a genius in cultivation who could be lousier than Yi Yuan. Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this brat have? However, Long Xiaochun held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later, you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath. What? Aou somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the heavenly dragon's faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the heavenly dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochun said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals. But between geniuses, it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain, many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform became strange. Even Morningstar's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochun herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had Pa S said since she met Yi Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yi Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun could blast Yi Yuan to death with 1 punch. But now, she was already far from Yi Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yi Yuan would reach. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side?" Long Xiaochun blinked twice and shook her head and said, "No." Yi Yuan said, "Moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. And, body can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength. Will you be in despair?" Yi Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, "I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpa. Me, only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world." All right, I got it. I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched. C-O-C-K-Y, 2C-O-C-K-Y, who the H-E-L-L-R-U still roam the world unmatched. The group of sons of the heavenly dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched. But these sons of the heavenly dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan and said, "That's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the heaven-span world to play." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word." When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochun go up the mountain, using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this S was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain no matter what. He did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark Monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds' junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark Monument artificially. This showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Chapter 2165, Really Weak. Chapter 2165, Really Weak. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, "Ha, Brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon." A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said, "Coolly, the ignorant are fearless, that's all. My heavenly dragon strongholds, awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance to." Long Jingyuan laughed and said, "Our score, talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed." Long Yuan said coolly, "Just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch." Long Jingyuan smiled and said, "Hope that he doesn't run into you or me, otherwise he." By the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion, and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jinyuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, one came from Black Dragon Stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven strongholds. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochun, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, "I didn't expect that you, this lot S, actually also have times when you yielded to people." Long Xiaochun shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. "All right, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck." Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger. A large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the heavenly dragon mark on his forehead suddenly heat up, and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the heavenly dragon flew into the mist battlefield, a huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the heavenly dragon could be seen clearly. The group of heavenly emperors was on tiptoes in Antic, Asian, all hoping for their son of the heavenly dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. This is the mist battlefield. It looks like a maze. However, dragon origin crystals makes me look forward to it very much. Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the heavenly dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the heavenly dragon were able to rely on the heavenly dragon mark to sense nearby dragon origin crystals. Dragon origin crystals were a special product of the heavenly dragon mountain and also the dragon clan's priceless treasure. Refining dragon origin crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, dragon origin crystals were also the key to activating the heavenly dragon mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of dragon origin crystals, they would be able to activate the heavenly dragon mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, as son of the heavenly dragon, this kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this mist battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon, whose cultivation realms were high, clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own chaos world power and easily blocked this law power outside. His chaos world power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into chaos realm, but his chaos world power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage, first firmament Empyrean realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers, let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon, he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile, "Ha, refusing face when given. You know who I am?" Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, "Don't know, and not interested in knowing either." When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, "To dare make light of someone from heavenly dragon's stronghold, courting death." He was called Long Zheng, heavenly dragon stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the heavenly dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors responded with cold smiles. "Hoo-hoo, this kid is so rampant. Suffered retribution now, right? The first one, and he be, you, ped into Long Zheng." Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A heaven stronghold's elders said, "Long Zheng's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot." Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu said nonchalantly, "This kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has." Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Zheng. His heavenly dragon stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the heavenly dragon in the clan, their strength far said other heaven strongholds. Long Zheng was ranked third in heavenly dragon stronghold, but when placed in other heaven strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. TSK, just you watch, Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking, giving a cold snort. He did not say any more. Long Xiaochun's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochun's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So, how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zheng's fury, it was the universe dragon claw's second form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance. Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zheng did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zheng's mouth. Courting death. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zheng fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood flying out backward. All of the heavenly emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. This is impossible. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body? Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of heavenly emperors was full of disbelief. Yi Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique, but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon. Furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level. So how could Yi Yuan do it to this degree? Chapter 2166. Still too weak. Chapter 2166. Still too weak. What did I say? Yi Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yi Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yi Yuan, let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the heavenly dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously, "Punk, you forced me. I'll let you take a look at my true strength." On his glabella, the heavenly dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom, with its gaping maws wide open, appeared behind Long Zheng. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amuse. E-M-E-N-T, as he said with a light smile, "Dragon, tyrannical, evanescent slaughter. Ho-ho, a little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak." The same move When used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in heavenly dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. It could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yi Yuan looked at it. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan and Long Qian, who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yi Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced behind him. This move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today, I'll let you see that the same move in different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yi Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Zheng with a roar. Yi Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities. Those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle, while the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yi Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yi Yuan in terms of quality, but when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitting over from the other party. Bang! Yi Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like Cruz. Plussing dead leaves. Then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the heavenly emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens this move is, it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The heavenly emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques. This was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, the innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yi Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability, it was too weak. But Yi Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar, who has keen eyes. How is it? He's impressive, right?" "What? P-perfect seventh transformation." Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes, and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique, when executed with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket, let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw. A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age." Long Tianyu said with surprise. "Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match this time." Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon. So what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Long Zheng is heavily injured and already doesn't have combat capability. Stripping the heavenly dragon mark and withdrawing from the mist battlefield." Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zheng was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious, and the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace already. Battle of Dragon Sons. Only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal ident. One ties. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yi Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the AOU who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. AOU gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha! The mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time, and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yi Yuan, pray that I don't run into you. Otherwise, your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the Dragon Clan's future. AOU refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current hymn was BR, I am, I, N, G with confidence and wished to encounter Yi Yuan right away.